gets the troops right to the line, and on the first down throw, goes down the middle, and it's a touchdown for Rylan Rodalonis. 13-0 lead on the board in the first quarter. Jackson again looking for fish, and this time the pass is on the money. And St. John's prep.
Wow.
This one's good! And intercepted by Anthony Caruso. And here he goes. The quarterback is on the loose. Four-man rush. Throws across the body, looking for Peters. He's got him on the run. And look out. Inside the 10, the 5, touchdown Exeter. Blitz up the middle. This one intercepted. Picked off in the flat. It's Lynch. Snap, hold, kick, up, and good! Got a first down and then some. He's got a burst to the right side. He's inside the 20, inside the 10. It's the Bowling great cut. He's going to turn on the Jets. Morrison again through the hole. And look out. On his first carry tonight, the junior Brooks Connors is gone. Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com.
Maybe it's leaning too close to your home. Maybe it's not healthy. Or maybe you just don't like it there. No matter what the reason is, if you need tree work or pruning, call Accurate Tree Service. They have the right equipment and expertise to properly diagnose, treat, or remove trees, no matter how difficult the terrain. Perhaps simple, careful pruning by our certified arborist is all you need to manage your trees and shrubs. When it comes to your tree care, contact the full-service tree care experts today, Accurate Tree Service, because you only get one chance to take a tree down right.
Are you a quarterback who is ready to take your game to the next level? Well, then it's time to join TKQB Academy. Founded by former UNH standout Trevor Knight, TKQB Academy has worked with student athletes from around New England, helping young quarterbacks to reach their full potential. TKQB Academy offers one-on-one and group sessions that will help you instantly improve your accuracy, timing, mechanics, and footwork. So be the best QB you can be at TKQB Academy. Call 603-732-7194 or reach out on Instagram at TKQBA. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include discount tickets, cards, and calendar raffles to hundreds of local merchants throughout the New England area. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. All right, welcome to Manchester. It's the 2026 Queen City Football Jamboree, an annual event here in late August. Nick and Astis, Steve Beals, and the rest of our Friday Night Lights New Hampshire family. 2 quarter games. That's the MO tonight. Pinkerton and Trinity is game number 3, and this one just underway in the first quarter. Brady Spellman, the senior tailback for Pinkerton, took it to the house, and that is our lone score here so far between Pinkerton and Trinity. I'm going to turn things over here to Steve Beals. He's got a special guest, longtime Souhegan head coach Robin Bowkett. Steve, take it away.
Thank you, Nick. Welcome to all of our viewers. Looking forward to a great new football season here. Always opening up at Gill Stadium, and we're going to start off with the heavy artillery here, and that being Coach Robin Bowkett from Souhegan. Coach, welcome to the program here. And what can you tell us about Souhegan so far?
Well, thanks.
You said it was a work in progress.
Thanks, Beals. Thanks,
thanks,
Nick. I really appreciate you guys and all that you do for New Hampshire high school football.
Thank you.
No, I mean, we got some things to work on for sure, but that's why we play in these, and especially us as coaches and myself, just kind of headsets and procedure and getting guys out there. But we played a lot of guys today, which is great. We played a lot of base defense, which is fine. When this stuff, we just want our guys to compete, line up correctly, run the football, and try to execute as best we can on offense and try to stay healthy. So, did a pretty good job.
As far as progress, you're coming along, moving ahead. Who are some young men that we need to be looking for this year to, A, show leadership for the team, and B, even maybe some underclassmen that are performing very well right now, if you can share that with us?
Yeah, Luke Fallon is coming in nicely, playing quarterback for us. Obviously he replaces a great football player, Michael Fiengo.
Yep.
Taven Beamer is a junior that played out there at receiver and DB, and we expect some good things from him. Sean McCarthy's doing a great job as our back as our starting right guard. And then out there we threw out there Carter Glines as a sophomore inside linebacker. We threw out Jack Judson out there, sophomore, who threw a touchdown pass to Kobe Morin.
Nice.
So we saw a lot of good things out there, but we'll get on the tape, we'll get better, and then we'll move on to Bo for week 1.
What do you think as far as the makeup of this team on the pass and run style? Is it really a solid mix, or is there one that stands out, particularly one side of that offensive mindset that stands out?
Yeah, you know what?
From a skill standpoint.
I think we've always been a good, healthy mix of both.
Definitely.
But at the end of the day, it comes down to, can you run the football, can you stop the run, and can you win the turnover battle? Because that's what's going to win games in November. And, in the backfield, I think right now we got a good mix, kind of backed by committee, if you will. Jacob Bryan, Cam Foley, and Owen Mobley. Just a lot of guys who bring a little bit different strengths to that run game, along with 3 returning starters on the offensive line. And then obviously we love to get the ball to skill players in space, quarterback, run game as well. So, if we can run the ball effectively and run, we'll be okay.
One of the things this last couple of years we've noticed is the Division II. A lot of different teams moved up, moved down. One of the things that we noticed, Division II, I found the last couple of years, even especially last year, so many teams in the mix, so many quality teams, seems to be more parity developing. Do you still see that coming? Because Division II was a great division to watch quality football last year.
100% Beals. I think Plymouth probably returns the most out of anybody. Regardless of what Chris Sanborn wants to say.
Yeah, he's just doing his job.
They're going to be really, really damn good up there.
Yep.
Up 93. But, yeah, I mean, it's – and then aside from that, I think it's especially on our side of the division, there's a lot of good competition there, and I could see, 6-7 teams potentially be there in the end, which makes Division II a ton of fun.
I mean, when you get into quarterfinals that are good games, that tells you something right there, and the semis, and moving into the end of the year, it was just a great tournament going in, and that game, the final game was a fantastic game as well.
No doubt.
What do you? How are the numbers looking across Division II? You've certainly got a very healthy squad as far as numbers are concerned. Got some underclassmen, a nice mix of guys. Are we seeing that across the board in Division II now, or what?
Yeah. I think Milford numbers are up. We're in the high 50s. Hollis Brookline numbers are in the 50s.
Wow.
Andrew's doing a great job at Manch West, and his numbers are great. Hanover the same, Conval. So there's a lot of good buzz coming around for the numbers, and but that's where we've benefited from having a lot of guys. We play a lot of guys on special teams. We have really good depth. We can play 7 or 8 offensive linemen, and that's really helped us and helped us go into November with just having great depth and good quality players.
Andrew has a lot of respect for a lot of people now across the league. He took on a very, very difficult task, and he's really built a program there that kids want to come out. What are your thoughts about football? Is a lot of it that you have to do what Andrew did to keep a team building, and what do you say about what he's done over there?
He's my guy. The right way. At the end of the day, foremost, he just cares about kids,
yep,
and he cares about his players and that community, and nobody's given more time than him.
Yep.
And he just continues to do it and gives opportunities for kids, and it's really awesome. And that's what it takes. You can make practice fun. You can
yes,
still be really hard and competitive, but
yep,
you got to make practice fun, and you got to because football is a grind, and it's a little bit different than when you and I played, and we didn't have really a choice. But but if you can make practice fun, if they can compete and play really, really hard, kids are going to want to be a part of it. And there's no better recruiters than your current players. So if your current players are having a great experience,
talking to kids in school,
they're going to tell their buddies. They're going to tell that power forward on the basketball team who can't shoot, who thinks he's a hooper.
Hey, play some football.
Come over here and play tight end, or go catch a goal line fade.
Absolutely.
And, go get the goal line fade and catch a touchdown. That's way more fun.
Well, it's Robin. You talk about the time and the energy, Robin. The energy and the time that you put in. I saw you over the Chad game there again every single year. Talk about somebody who cares about young people. What can you say about that event as it continues to go on? And I got to tell you, it's so awesome to have you involved there, because I know the kids identify with you and you're a staple over there. What do you think about the Chad program? What was your reflection out of that game afterwards?
Yeah, it's just such a great cause, and for the kids, and our players this year really did a good job at buying in, and both sides.
Yeah.
Steve did a great job over there, and their team did a great job in terms of fundraising and just understanding that it's bigger than you. And but our guys certainly came together, and it's for the kids and for each other. And our team West kids we were pretty talented this year, but again, in these games it's more the team that comes together the most, we found, and
yep,
and they did that. Right. It was a very group with a lot of characters on it. We had a few in the game. We had a few personal fouls which we didn't love, and we got to clean up. But our guys played for each other. They executed. They had a ton of fun. Hopefully, they had a great experience, and hopefully, it's something that they'll remember forever.
Well, I'll tell you, the form tackling that I saw going on in that game, the defensive schemes and the coverages, offensive line blocking, everything was to a T. The hitting was fierce in that game. Just shows you these kids want to win that. It just also shows the coaching guild. I talk about it all the time during the year. The coaches that we have in southern New Hampshire are a rare breed when you go around to other places. Not only do you guys get along and respect each other, but you're fierce competitors as well. And that is really driving our young men to a point where they're seeing and buying into that, and you're a central part of that, Robin. So
I did that, brother. No,
honored to have you with us as always. Good luck.
In those games, I show up, and the kids play, and Coach Hammond does a great job with the offense.
Yes, he does.
Lily does with the defense. Kip, I wouldn't be there this year if it wasn't Kip Jackson.
Yep. Kip is
and
awesome.
Then we got a bunch of other guys who've been with it for the last couple of years. Morelli,
Yep.
ProVenture, bunch of other guys.
Steve had a great crew over there too as well.
Yeah, all those guys are awesome.
Yep.
Like, it's such a fun. It's a fun game to be a part of, not just for the kids, but with the coaches too. We just we enjoy each other's company and have a good time.
Well, we look forward to doing plenty of games in D2 this year. It's
Let's
great
roll,
to
buddy.
see you, and give it heck. And like I say, it's awesome to have you here with us. And
appreciate you. Thank you so
don't be
much.
a stranger with us through the year. There's always a headset for Coach Robin Bouquet.
I got you.
All right, buddy? And by the way, I have a new coffee machine at home. I'm going to bring it into work.
All right, I got
and maybe you get some fresh grounds with me, all right? Good seeing you, buddy.
Always an entertaining interview with Coach Robin Bauquet of Sauhegan. They went 9-0 during the regular season last year, almost ran the table.
Yeah.
And came up just short against Trinity.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, Nick, Division II, we just talked, I don't know if you heard, we were talking to Robin about Coach Bauquet about it. Division II really has come together. A lot of it's NHI, a lot of it's movement of teams up and down, solidification. And last year, like Robin said, we had about 6 or 7 teams that were right there in the mix coming into that, the last 8 there. And let's just hope that continues because it's really good for Division II football, and the quality of play is continuing to just elevate even beyond what it was 4 or 5 years ago. So,
speaking of elevating the play,
yeah,
our next guest is known as the quarterback whisperer. In fact, he's opened his own academy. He's one of our proud sponsors. That's Trevor Knight of TKQB Academy. Steve, I may have him jump in your chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we talk to Trevor here for a moment. Meanwhile, on the field here at Gill Stadium, Pinkerton has taken a 14-0 lead. Trinity looking for a big play. They go to the outside, and they'll pick up some positive yards and a first down there as they continue this drive here early in the second quarter. All right, Trevor, welcome back. We appreciate having you.
Thank you for having me.
Steve and I have talked on air, off air about the impact that you've had working with these quarterbacks. Tell our audience a little bit about TKQB Academy and what you're hoping to accomplish with these youngsters.
Yeah, well, really it kind of started off unintentionally. A family friend reached out, asked for some training in my free time in college, started training them. And then kind of things spiraled. One thing got put on social media, and then kind of grew and grew and grew, and now it's fun. I can come here and watch every game, and I got guys in every game, so it's fun to watch. But
surreal at all?
Yeah, it is weird, but it's fun. It's entertaining. It's a little nerve-wracking. Like I little nerves in the stomach every drop back. I'm like, oh God, here we go.
Right. Well, you've been through the wars yourself. Of course, your resume is stellar. A standout at Nashua South. Class of 2013?
14.
14. It was close. And then you went on to UNH and did some things with some good things with the Wildcats and stayed in state. And I suppose it's a way of giving back to the game of football as well, right? With your work through the academy.
Yeah, and it's fun. This wasn't really there was no like quarterback training or that type of stuff when I was in high school. So for it to be available, I mean, you'd like hear about guys in California and Texas and Florida, all this training, but never have it over here. You didn't even kind of really think of it. Just kind of have it accessible. I just think it's kind of nice to have. It gives these kids an equal opportunity.
So what should a kid expect if he joins the TKQB Academy? Give us kind of a rundown of what the day-to-day would look like.
Yeah, so I mean, if they're gonna train, you got to be committed. I don't want to work with people who aren't super committed. I like working with guys who are committed, who want to put time in and everything. So
you're selective in that way.
A little selective, like I'll pour into someone what they pour into their selves with their training and how they go about living their life in school and weight room and everything. But they're going to push you to get your mechanics better overall. But really, that's a very important part of it. You're going to throw the football better after you train to throw the football better, like anything. But I think a lot of it is the camaraderie that they get with the other guys. To be able to train with guys you're going to play against and build friendships, and it's kind of cool. I'll golf. I golfed a couple times this summer with quarterbacks from different schools that are in college or graduated college now, are training there. So it's fun, that camaraderie part of it, and then just like the mental side, being another sounding board for them, because some people don't want to talk to their parents about they're having a bad practice or whatnot. So just kind of being there for the guys as sometimes a therapist as well. Yeah,
I bet you wear a lot of hats, so to speak. You mentioned the mechanics, some of the physical aspects that you work with. How about the mental side of being a quarterback? Because it's a demanding position.
It is for sure, but it is a choice, and I tell the guys none of you guys have to be quarterbacks, but the job is the job, and the work is the work. You can either do it and have success, or if you don't do it, you're kind of leaving it up to fate. First one in, last guy out, hardest worker, best teammate possible. Those types of things are just we call them like non-negotiables, right? If the work is the work. That's the work that has to be done. You can do it, and you'll have success. If you don't, you're gonna, fight fate.
Right. Now, you mentioned the origins of TKQB Academy. You got a website now, tkqbacademy.com. You're on Instagram as well at TKQB Academy. Am I right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How has the growth been? You mentioned, again, starting as kind of an informal backyard type of thing. Now you've expanded, so to speak. Tell us about the growth aspect.
What's funny is, I've never really envisioned being some quarterback training all these guys, but it's really like the parents that I've worked with their kids that push me to do more, to expand and get a website and do this and do that. It's funny. It's like the parents of the kids that I train kind of are some of my motivators a lot of the time, because they're always pushing me to do more, because
they're invested.
Right? Yeah, they're invested. They see if they have success, they believe in it, and again, we build relationships, and that's a big part of it. Is going through the recruiting process. There's so many layers to so much of it that sometimes they just need another pair of ears to hear their thoughts, or another voice to hear. Half the time I'm just confirming what their high school coach is saying, and but it's just good to have another option to have that. But yeah, I'd say the growth is through the families that I've been lucky enough to work with, and that have pushed me to continue to grow. Yeah.
Now, you're one of the busier people I've been able to talk to here. You were a head coach down at a program in Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. You had the QB Academy going. You got a 9-to-5 job, of course, as well. How'd you balance all that?
It's tough. I've given my job a lot of credit. They're pretty graceful with me. They understand when they hired me that I have a lot of stuff going on. So they work with me and giving me some time to, if I got to take the morning off to train guys for 4 hours and then work a little extra later, they're pretty lenient with that. Yeah. So they've been really helpful. And kind of just, again, it just kind of happened. Wasn't I want to grow this to be this thing, it just kind of
took on a life of its own.
One year after another just gets a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger, and kind of nice organically. It's the best way to do it.
Well, Steve and I have noticed a difference with the quarterback play around the state, and you're the first person we point to in regards to that. So you're making a real difference. Is it rewarding work? It must be, right?
It is. It's fun. It's just fun to have these all guys have their own stories, and just to be able to I don't want to be necessarily a part of it, just to kind of feel a little invested in all these guys, and it's fun. I open up the Union Leader on a Saturday, and I can read about all these different guys that I have good, close relationships with, that I've helped a hand in getting them a little bit better, and it's good to see that, because I have loved my football career. I had a great time. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I'd like other people to have similar experiences. So. That's a big, really fun part of it,
You had Nashua South in the hunt, if I remember correctly.
We did. We were in the hunt a little bit.
Yeah. Who are you watching tonight here? Give us a couple of names.
Let's see. Well, I got here, saw Sauhegan. Luke Fallon made his first appearance, which was awesome to see. It's his first varsity ever stepping on a varsity field, so played pretty calm, got dinged up a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. Obviously, Nate was always a blast to watch. He can run, he can throw, he does it all. So he'll be tremendous all year to watch. I expect what we saw tonight, probably that's going to happen every week.
Yeah, you're talking about Nate Bowen, the senior for Bishop Curtin, one of the preseason, watch list names for the Ukeka Player of the Year award, one of the big prestigious awards. He's on that short list of names, a player to watch for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and they got some playmakers, obviously, and he does a tremendous job at getting them the ball in space and lets them make plays. So it's really, they're going to be a fun team to watch. I'm excited to see them. Then this game, we got Danny Bergen making his first, again, varsity appearance, and for Trinity. So that'll be fun to watch. Pinkerton's loaded. I got to train a bunch of guys on their team. They're Spencer Colburn, Jeremy Lai, Philip Lapierre, young kids. So they're pretty set at quarterback for a while, Pinkerton. They're pretty lucky over there.
Yeah.
And then this next game coming up, Drake James is going to be really fun to watch for Manchester Central. He's a rising junior that I'm very high on.
He looked good last year.
He looked good last year as a sophomore, and I'm very high on him as a rising junior this year. He should be exciting to watch. So Manchester Central might be slinging it around here.
And then how about my guys, the West High Blue Knights?
The West Blue Knights, yeah. They got Manny over there. You know, Coach does a tremendous job.
Coach Provencher told me off air he's more excited about the next 2 years than the last two.
Yeah.
When they went 7-2 in back-to-back seasons, so it seems like the enthusiasm's there for sure.
Yeah, he's got them going in the right direction for sure, which we've seen over the last 2 years. But now it's kind of like the work is, you know, kind of compiling and compounding. It's fun to see. You'll love seeing the city schools be in the mix. It makes the season a lot. I don't know why it does, but it does.
It does. I couldn't agree more. How's your father doing? Longtime Nashua South head coach Scott Knight.
Yep.
Moved his show up to Plymouth.
Yep.
Joining that staff up at Plymouth State. How's he liking it up there?
He's liking it. You know, he retired, hoping to get some nice time off, and then you know, he signs up to coach college football, and he's
couldn't stay away.
I was up there last weekend, about to enjoy a nice lake day, and he's leaving at 7 a.m. Didn't get home till close to 11. And I'm like, man, that's some retirement gig you got up here. But no, I think it's a tough part, but he loves it.
Yeah. Well, one more time for the watchers out there, the viewers, how can they find out more information about TKQB Academy?
Yeah, so you can check out my website, tkqbacademy.com, or follow me on social medias at TKQBA. You can message me there, and yeah, love to get to work.
And the thing's basically running 24/7, 365, right?
Yeah. So I do a lot of one-on-one, mostly in season. I do a lot of one-on-ones, work with a lot of younger guys at this point, a lot of like 5th, 6th, 7th, middle school kids, occasional high school guys. The high school guys are going to berate me about doing some Sunday workout soon. They want to be able to chirp to each other, and they got games coming up.
Right.
You know, we'll have to get a meeting of the minds at some point with some of these guys.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate your support here
sir.
At Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire.
Yeah, appreciate you
and
guys.
We'll talk to you again, I'm sure, before the season's out.
Sounds great.
So thank you again for coming on.
Thank you so much.
And again, Trevor Knight, TKQB Academy, the founder of the program that has grown, and, of course, a former standout at Nashua South and at the University of New Hampshire. I don't know where my partner went. Steve Beals. He should be back here momentarily. Meanwhile, on the field, things are kind of breaking loose here as Trinity is falling in a 21-0 hole over Pinkerton. The Astros getting 3 touchdowns on the ground here through the first, now quarter and a half or so. And, well, anytime a powerful D1 team takes on a powerful D2 team, the Division I team typically the favorite, and it seems like that's playing out here as the sun begins to set in Manchester. Trinity, though, they've been able to move the ball at times throughout the first half and hope to get something going here with the drive, their latest drive beginning at their own 20-yard line. Pinkerton widely expected yet again to make a serious run at the Division I state championship. They came up just short last year, losing in the championship round to Bedford. Of course, they won the whole thing back in 2024 and bring a lot back from that group that was successful a year ago. They're big up front, got speed at the skill positions, and of course they've got the right man to lead on the sideline. That's Brian O'Reilly, long time head coach. I believe now in year number 45, maybe 46, and showing no signs of slowing down. Of course, he's also the Pinkerton Academy athletic director as well, and a friend of ours here at Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. On the other sideline, Rob Cathcart. Seemed like Trinity last season was able to get better as the weeks went by, and they peaked at the right time, beating Souhegan in the state championship game, ending the Sabres bid for a perfect season. But Trinity graduating a lot from that championship group. In fact, only returning 4 starters from 2025. They'll try a dive play here on first down and actually lose a yard. Pinkerton gets some good penetration on the inside. Bring up second down and 11. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals, the unofficial kickoff to the season here. The late summer classic, the Manchester Football Jamboree, the Queen City Football Jamboree. Well attended again this year, Steve.
Yeah, I'll say it is.
As we expected, a little hot, but not surprising for late August, and now on the field, the shadows beginning to grow as the sun sets.
Beautiful time of year, Nick. As we move into the end of August here, not only is it because it's football season, but it's just, there's nothing like New Hampshire and, pretty much through October. And then after that, I start seeing flurries, and I don't know, but we're in for a good season, I think, and I think we're in for a season with energy. This crowd here runs and spans from end to end. Of course, the seats available, but this is a very good-sized crowd, and they are stacked all around down there. So this is a really good sign. Always love to see that energy come out supporting these young men, and be able to talk to Steve Abraham down there. That's why I was a little late. I'm sorry about that. But
no, I figured you're up to something.
When I got a chance to talk to Steve, I always enjoy it. Talk to Coach Burns for a little bit, and Steve is arguably cautiously optimistic about his team. He says that love to have him come up here, and maybe he will, but he says he's got some really solid running backs coming back, which we know.
Yep.
We saw they're coming back again. Good.
All the way to the semifinals.
Yep.
So both teams really tested right off the Pinkerton.
Yeah, something. Their coaching staff developed players, and they seem to be able to take week by week. I've noticed and fix their weakness. Simplistic. Feel discipline business season each week to maximize what he can do. Not only is the opponent that he's coming week, but also to continue to develop core elements, tackling. He's 95% of the time he's winning the game.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure Coach O'Reilly shares that same philosophy.
Absolutely. Two of the best of the business.
We're going to see Salem later tonight. That's in the final game scheduled here at Gill Stadium. Blue Devils taking on defending champion Bedford in a marquee matchup. Again, 2 quarters is all we're playing here tonight. 5 games slated. First one started at 4 o'clock. This is game number 3 in all period so far. A 4th down and long facing Trinity. Another punt from inside their own 15. This one's sky high, end over end. Going to bomb down at about the 35 before it's down at the 38-yard line. Good starting field position for Pinkerton. Reminder to our viewers, our longtime viewers, and the newbies. We're going to start the season officially next week with week number 1. That matchup yet to be revealed. So subscribe, like, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for that information. Again, Friday Night Lights New Hampshire is on YouTube at FNL NH Media. Typically, Steve, we like to bring not just 1 but 2 games of the week to our viewers, typically Friday night and Saturday afternoon. And we're looking forward to some big matchups in September. Again, not going to reveal where we'll be just yet, but we've got plenty of options, so to speak.
Yeah, when Nick and I sat down and tried to develop this platform, we really looked hard at the idea of not providing a set schedule, because there's so many ebbs and flows of what happens in a season that there are marquee games that show up usually 2 weeks, 3 weeks ahead. You got a pretty good idea. But sometimes it's head-to-head with 2 or 3 teams, and it's really what happens by the week. So what we try to do is have Ben get that information out there, usually by Wednesday morning or earlier, and get that on our site. So if you want to tune into the site and see what's coming up, go to our station and YouTube station, and you'll be able to find out each week the game that we're doing. But we've benefited a lot by doing that, even though it's a little bit last minute, if you will. But by doing that, we really get to bring games that really don't just matter to the home and away team, but matter to the whole league in Division 1 and 2, and sometimes Division 3 when we get there. Division 2, by the way, we talked about it earlier, really developing a league. And these Saturday games now with Division 1 are almost all Friday night because keep on adding lights on fields. And so those Saturday games sometimes they're hard to find,
right.
And other weeks there's 3 or 4, or 5, but yeah.
Meanwhile, Pinkerton able to move the sticks through the air on a first down. Another new quarterback in for the Astros as Coach O'Reilly continues to juggle players at the position. We are down inside of 5 minutes here in quarter number 2. The Astros seeking their 4th touchdown. Trying to put the finishing touches on what is looking more and more like an exhibition win.
Yeah.
Another completion near sideline inside the 10. And about a 5, maybe a 6-yard pickup there. They'll spot him at the 8-yard line.
I mean, he's got Coach O'Reilly's got some good-sized linemen there, but there's a lot of guys that you can see, maybe not the highest in weight, but they have been in the weight room. They're in very, very good condition, and they're moving off the line very quickly. Always execute their blocks extremely well. So he looks like he's got himself a good squad there. And Roger Brown, has Pinkerton in the mix, obviously. I think he has Bedford in the mix and along some other teams. Check out Roger Brown's New Hampshire football report. Yeah. And he's got a lot of good stuff up there that even us, we check in and see it. So check that out. I don't know if Roger's here tonight. He is
here, and
maybe we can get him up here.
We're gonna speak with him. I was in touch with him earlier, and
always appreciate his analysis.
He's always on the move. He's around somewhere. We'll get Roger again of NHFootballReport.com. And you're right. That's the insider's insider.
Yep.
So to speak.
Yep.
The Adam Schefter of the New Hampshire high school football scene. For sure.
Like it. With a New Hampshire flavor. Wow, nice.
Meanwhile, the Astros go to the quarterback keeper, and he's untouched. Touchdown. It's all Pinkerton, 27-0. As their latest score comes with 3:37 to go in quarter number 2.
Well, Spellman looks solid. I mean, this guy was a huge factor as a sophomore. And look at him now, and he's going to be a force this year. No question about it.
Yeah, Brady Spellman, the returnee, one of the returnees at one of the running back spots for Coach O'Reilly, was also named to that preseason watch list for the Ukeka Player of the Year award, to nobody's surprise.
Coach Cathcart, be looking to maybe get in touch with him sometime this year and kind of see where his squad is right now. Awful.
Well, a tough matchup here against Pinkerton. As, well, basically, the Astros have they've been in mid-season form here and returning a lot of the squad that went to last year's championship game. All right, we're going to continue to cycle guests onto the program here, as many as we can. We've already spoken with Souhegan head coach Robin Bauquet, and we spoke with Trevor Knight, the founder of TKQB Academy. Hoping to speak with Roger Brown of the New Hampshire Football Report. Coach John Trisciani Sr. just entered the building.
Yeah, but he usually, you have to talk to his agent first before he comes on. He's got to have some discussions with him. You got to go through the fine tune, how much is guaranteed.
And he's got to shake about 24 hands before he gets up to the top of the stands.
Absolutely.
So we're hoping we can speak with Coach Trish, but a new hire there, and good to see him land in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a situation, a real development program, one of the 2 Division 4 teams that have combined together. And as that being Winnisquam and Franklin. And this is what's going to be happening in the leagues to try to build a football program that really works for the young people and get more exposure for them, get the kind of numbers you need to run a good, formidable practice. And last I talked to him, he was in I believe, the high 20s. and obviously give him some time here to recruit more players. Tell you that. Here he comes.
Well, he's an institution. As we know, he's been basically everywhere at every level, from youth football all the way to the NCAA, and we've got him here coming on. So I'll let you handle this one.
I was going to say I'm going to take some hits now.
Coach, how you doing? Quiet, fellas. Can I get on?
Yeah, hop in.
Where's the good camera? Oh, there's the quality camera lady.
Coach, we're live. Put those babies right on there, and let's get into it here. Coach Trish. John Trisciani Sr. Don't want to be confused to the better half, John Jr. But, John, I can't tell you how elated we are in the football community that you found a place where you can really enter developmental football with a program that needs an experienced coach. Tell us about your journey off season, how you came with the Winnisquam and Franklin group, and how that came about, and how's it going? Take us through the journey so far where you are today.
Well, I was applying for some jobs, but they kept hiring people more qualified.
Oh, that same old line.
So I applied for the Franklin Winnisquam co-op, which is the first co-op of two football teams coming together. And I don't think anybody applied for it, so I got it. So I'm there, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, sometimes people don't apply because of the uphill battle. Obviously, you're not affected by that. And so when you first got together with the men and the parents, I mean, where is it today? Where was it when you started for numbers? Where is it today, and how's things looking? You're in Division III, correct, if I'm not mistaken?
In Division III.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah. The roster as of today is 20, so that's pretty good because I have 9 subs. And we're moving forward.
Yeah. And what's the split, just a ballpark, split between the men from young men from Winnisquam versus Franklin, is it?
I'd say it's about 50-50.
Oh, good. So there's contributions from both?
Yeah, that's my guess, 50-50 right now.
And scrimmages at all?
Scrimmages. We were in what they call the Hanover Jamboree, which was a scrimmage last weekend. That's the only scrimmage we've had. Open up next Saturday against Sanborn Regional.
Yep. At Sanborn?
At Sanborn.
That has the longest, that's one of the slowest fields, at least when I coached there, the junior high league, years ago. The grass there is thick and long. I don't know if you know if that's still the case, but
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful field. Very well. That's a nice spot, nice venue with a kind of like a Plymouth thing there with a hillside there where people can sit.
Maybe I'll be sitting on the hill.
No, I don't think so. So, what is a head coach in a program that's kind of brand new? You got it isn't like you've got a culture that's been going on. What do you do to develop that culture? You're dealing with a lot of variables that a lot of other programs don't have when a new coach goes in. It's already somewhat established. So, have you found that?
Yeah. I mean, football's new to these kids. They've played, but, the football skill set is very limited. So teaching a lot of basic fundamentals, trying to get kids out for the team. Kids have been great, since practice started, just trying to get them involved and get them interested. And, I teach them how to introduce themselves to each other because, it's 2026. Teach them that a question is usually followed with an answer.
That's a plus.
A statement by the coach does not require an answer.
So what do you do during practice when you got 20 versus 50 in the sense that do you use barrels to teach linemen? What do you do to try to get inter-squad scrimmages and, tackling drills, things of that nature, get some live action? How do you work that out with 20? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Use my imagination.
Yeah, but give me some facts here.
We don't hit much. Try to teach a lot.
Yep.
20 isn't too bad. When I have 13 in pads, it gets a little thin.
Yeah, that gets a little thin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just use imagination. Use some bags. Can't even run like an offense against 11 kids with shields or dummies or anything.
Right. Yeah. How is Division III looking right now as far as who would be the perceived powerhouses in Division III right now?
I think Campbell.
Yep.
Interlakes, Molten Borough.
Yep.
I'll bet is going to be pretty good.
Yep.
Guilford won it last year.
Yep.
Laconia was number 2. We play them. So we play 8 games, ineligible for the playoffs because of enrollment numbers. Combining Franklin and Winnisquam would actually put us into Division II. So they decided to go play in 3, so it's like dropping down. You're ineligible for the playoffs.
So is that the goal, ultimately to build up the kind of numbers that it's commensurate with the enrollment to try to get maybe competitive in Division II? Or what do you think?
I'm not sure what the goal is. My goal would be to be competitive and win. Right now the goal is to have a team and start a program.
Right.
This is coming right out of the beginning.
How the community's providing support? Do you sense that support there? Or
well, the Tilton Pizza guys are very friendly to me.
Well,
the people I meet have been pretty nice.
Good.
What I really need is some players.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to sell it and get some players out.
Yep.
It's not working very well today, but I think 20's enough right now.
And just build from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have out of the 20 kids that I have today, they all pretty much show up. They want to play football.
That's good. That's good. Well,
I'm having a good time with it.
And that's if you're having a good time, they're going to check into that and they're going to buy in. Do you go into the schools recruiting at all, and try to see it, or is that done through your leaders on the team?
I had a meeting in each school in the spring.
Yep.
And ended up with quite a lot of kids showing up, but
good.
Not a lot of guys that want to play football. A lot of them came to the meeting, but they never came to football.
Yeah.
I opened up the weight room. I was teaching entry-level weightlifting. There was no lifting of any sort off-season or in-season. I had like 6 Sunday night skill sessions. Not every Sunday night, but skipping it. All free football skills, and had very little interest.
Yeah.
So it's been difficult, getting the numbers. But the kids that show up, they have a passion for it. And I told them I'm going to do anything I can, to get this thing started. And you can count on me. And someday you might come back here with your kids and say, hey,
right.
I was a player here when this thing started.
Right.
And us and the coaching staff built it.
You bet. And may come back and be coaches someday. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, John, when does are most of your games on Saturday, or do they play Friday night?
Most of them are Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's a game on the calendar that you're looking at, kind of as a benchmark in the first half of the season? I mean, all of them, or I know that you're going to say all of them, so I figured I'd beat you to the punch.
I think Sanborn Regional next Saturday will be big.
Yeah.
First game, a lot of inexperienced kids.
Yeah.
We'll play 6, 7, 8 freshmen out of that 20.
Yeah.
Have one senior. So, football's new to these kids.
It'll come. All right, John, I'm going to give this give your headset back to Nick, but I did not want to miss an opportunity to talk about what you're doing up there.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome to see you back in football. I know you want to find the right fit. Sounds like things are going well. I wish we all here at Friday Night Lights wish you the very best as far as the season is concerned. Most of all, getting the kids engaged and enjoying football.
Yeah.
And so
they know that Coach Trish loves them, and I'm going to coach them.
And that's what'll keep them coming back. So Thanks, John. I really appreciate you coming with us. And
I'd like Nick's job pretty soon.
Nick's job?
Yeah, my wife says I'm getting pretty old. It's time for me to stop coaching.
No,
and stop working.
you'll have
Nick
to talk
looks
to Nick.
good though.
Yeah, he is, and
not a hair out of place.
Probably. Yeah, I don't. It'd take a pretty healthy signing bonus and all that other stuff to somewhere else to get Nick separated from Friday Night Lights.
Don't forget,
we got him on a long-term contract.
I know. Don't forget, I used to coach Nick. That's
I know
why
that.
he's so good on the TV screen.
I know that, and he's hearing everything you're saying, but he's pretending.
And I don't know if he's coming back. See ya.
John, thanks a lot. Good seeing you, buddy. Take care. Don't be a stranger. No. Yeah. Looking good.
The great John Trisciani Sr.
I was trying to cut him off of the pass for
What'd you take away from that?
Honestly, I see a very calm coach, John Trisciani. I think he's in a place where my sense is he's getting buy-in from the 20 kids that he has, and I can tell when John's comfortable. I think he's getting the support, and he's got a calmness about him right now. And I think if you give this a great place for him to kind of reload, restart, and take a program and build it and prove. He doesn't talk about it a lot, but this guy is a tactician as far as line play, as far as high-level execution. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And those kids are going to see that. And I love his line when he said, look, I'm going to be here for you guys. It's all up to you at this point, but I will be here for you guys. And that's what you need to start a program. Yeah. You got to have kids. And then this is all going to be about the kids going back after the season, going into the schools, two schools, and kind of telling the other kids this is really cool, and you can bang off a few wins here, get them pumped up. There goes the program, and of course John's big on weightlifting and strength and conditioning as well, and that'll feed into it. So I really wish him luck. It's New Hampshire football is fun when John Trisciani Sr. is at the helm somewhere. So
sure is.
I'll give this over to Roger, and but it was looking forward to see what John could do. Who knows? We'll see what the schedules look like this year.
All right. Our next guest is the great Roger Brown, the founder of the New Hampshire Football Report, joining us for what I hope is the first of many conversations this season. Roger, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Nick. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Good crowd here this year, right?
Very good crowd, yeah. Surprised, really. I mean, bigger than I remember.
Bigger than last year, yeah.
Definitely. I know, what was it? We got rained on one year.
Last year.
Was it last year? Yeah. So, and I know I looked at the forecast, which I never do, and there was a chance of rain this year, but it held off. So it's been a good night.
We've seen now 3 complete games. Pinkerton just shut out Trinity. Coach O'Reilly addressing the Astros on the sideline. Game number 4 underway, and that's an old rivalry. Manchester West with the football taking on Manchester Central. All right, Roger. Love to have you on this time of year before things really get cooking. A lot of the familiar names from a year ago are back. Some of those juniors are now seniors. The Ukeka Player of the Year watch list was released earlier this week. And I was familiar for the first time in a while with every name on there. It seemed like a lot of those kids have played a lot of football to this point, and the best may be yet to come as seniors.
Yeah, no question, Nick. And, there's a committee that comes up with that watch list, and we all kind of contribute to it. And there was a lot of kids left off that watch list that are household names that easily could have been on, very productive seasons last year, or in some cases the last 2 years. So, it was definitely a deep crop of talent this year in the state. And again, even the names that came out, the winner doesn't have to come from that. So there's a lot of players out there. Somebody will undoubtedly establish himself that we're not all that familiar with, and he could come up winning it too. So, but you're right. There are a lot of guys back from last year. We just saw. Seems like half of them play for Pinkerton. But BG has a bunch. So yeah, and I think it's going to be a better year. I hope it's going to be a better year. Maybe not as top-heavy as the last few have been. So
more parity this year. Right?
Hopefully. I mean, we say that a lot. And sometimes it doesn't pan out that way. Like last year, Bedford was clearly just head and shoulders above everybody. But, I do think, there's not as big a gap between whoever's 1 or 2 and the rest of the group. But that second tier, anyways, I think is going to be deeper for sure. A lot more good teams.
Well, you mentioned Bedford. We're going to see the Bulldogs in our final game here tonight when they take on Salem. But a lot of question marks around that program. New head coach, new quarterback, new running back, a lot of unknowns, but you think that Tom Babane is certainly up for the challenge after the success that he had with Division II Pelham.
Yeah, I got to see Bedford against Winnicott in their first scrimmage, and they look like a team with a new coach and a new system. Struggled. Winnicott really handled them. But to be expected, right? I mean, they've been a spread team forever, and now they're running wing T with new personnel, too. It's all new kids because they graduated so much. And then you throw a new head coach, and I know a couple other coaches that were on the staff last year are not back. So, a lot of unfamiliarity there. Yeah. But Tom is an excellent coach, as we know. And I'm sure whatever they look like tonight, in 5 weeks from now, they'll be a lot better.
Right. Well, you mentioned Bedford. You mentioned Pinkerton. That was, of course, the championship matchup last year in Division I. The Astros look good here against Division II Trinity. But in the minds of many, Roger, it seems like the Astros may be the preseason favorite in Division I.
I think that's the consensus, Nick. I went with Bishop Girton, but I certainly couldn't argue if anybody wanted to put Pinkerton number 1. I went with BG only because I think they have the best returning quarterback, and I think that could make a difference. They certainly have a lot of other talent, and they have a terrific sophomore class that a lot of people aren't aware of. But those two teams, I think, are 1-2 in either order. But a team that's going to cause problems for others is Winnicott.
I was going there next.
Yeah, they're going to be, every 4 or 5 years they have a team that can play with anybody, and this is one of those years.
Bringing a lot back, right?
Bringing a lot back. They moved, Jackson McDonald, great basketball player, 4-year starter in football, great athlete. They moved him from wide receiver to quarterback. And he really fits what they do on offense with that veer because he can, he's just a great runner. He throws it fine. But, when I saw him scrimmage Bedford, when it's 3rd and long or whatever and he drops back to pass and it looks like they have him, he can scamper out of there and pick up the first down. And they're big up front. They've got like 4 running backs that all look like middle linebackers, that they hit the hole hard and then they punish you. They're going to be a problem. They're a handful for sure, I think. So we'll watch out for them as well.
They're hosting Portsmouth in week number 1 in a Seacoast battle. Any other teams on the championship radar in that top 1 or 2 tiers in Division I?
It's like I said, it's probably tough to pick anybody to beat BG or Pinkerton at this point, but I think Winnicott is going to be very good. I think Wyndham has a chance to be very good. And I saw Concord last night, and they're going to be good. The quarterback, Reese Craig, who broke his collarbone in the playoffs last year, really looked like he had taken a step forward. And of course they have Colin Savard and some other pieces back. I think they returned 3 or 4 linemen. So, I haven't seen everybody, but of the teams I've seen, that's what's impressed me. I know Winnicott, I wasn't there, but I guess they handled South pretty good. But I saw South, and I even thought they're going to be better than I expected, based on what they lost. So, it's going to be an interesting season, I think, for sure.
What can you tell us about Central?
Another team I think is going to be improved. Terrific quarterback, Drake James. And they have some linemen. Beckles is one kid that comes to mind. And they also have a receiver, and I apologize if I get it wrong, but I think it's Romello Diaz, who was MVP of the University of New Hampshire camp this summer. So I would, we'll get a look at them here as they're on the field now, but I would expect them to take a step forward. And, when you go to D2, West is going to be there. So this is, to me, the best matchup of the night, what we're watching right now, this Central-West matchup.
Well, that kind of segues us into Division II. You mentioned the parity this season expected in Division I. You can make the same argument in Division II, right?
Probably more so. I don't know who to pick in Division II, Nick. It really, it's up for grabs for everybody, really. I'm sure the typical teams like Souhegan will be good at the end of the year. Trinity will get it together. Going into it, I'd have to go with Plymouth. Of course, they're good every year, but it's wide open. I couldn't pick a team that I would call the favorite at this point in the season with any conviction, right now at least.
We're going to get Coach Rob Cathcart's thoughts on that question in just a moment, the Trinity head coach in the on-deck circle. One more question.
Trinity's the team to beat.
One more, though, for you, Roger. What are you working on the website? I know it's a very busy time of year for you.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have a ton of stuff. We've got previews for over 40 teams up there. This week we'll get going full swing. We'll have the column on Friday with predictions on every game. UNH is playing right now as we speak, so there'll be some UNH stuff up there tomorrow, but plenty of high school football coverage for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Roger, always a pleasure.
Thank you, Nick.
I'm always smarter 5 minutes later. Appreciate it.
Okay, take care.
That's Roger Brown, the great Roger Brown, the founder of the New Hampshire Football Report. All right, we're going to keep the guests moving here. This has been fun so far. We've had Coach Bowcat of Souhegan. We've got Trevor Knight in the bag as well. We just spoke with Roger Brown, John Trisciani Jr., and now Trinity head coach Rob Cathcart is going to speak with our own Steve Beals.
You're welcome. Hey, Steve, how are you?
Coach, great to have you here.
Good to be here.
Watching the crew down here, and boy, you start out of the gate with some really tough competition there, but in the long run, that won't hurt them a bit.
It won't.
What are your feelings with a little live action for half?
Thank you, Ryan Ray.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Every year we get Salem, we get Pinkerton.
Yeah. Well,
good luck, Trinity.
At the end of the day, though, I remember that because, my boys always played Central.
Yeah.
And the years that they played, that was pretty successful.
Yeah.
And but let's talk about Ryan. What a great thing this is every single year.
It's
a
he
ton
does
of
a
work.
great job organizing it.
And I don't know if you were
putting
here
it all together. Yeah.
An hour ago, the crowd here, it was literally, it was better than 2/3 full. And I haven't seen that in 3 years. Last year we had terrible weather, as you know, but where are you this year?
We're young.
Tell us your journey. Yeah, what's going on?
we lost a lot of guys from last season, so we've got 4 or 5, depending on how you slice it, returning starters / veterans, and other than that, we're all brand new. So
what's the mix between upperclassmen and freshmen and sophomores?
Not a lot of seniors. We got mostly the strength of our team is in our sophomore class. Yeah, so it reminds me of.
Well, you had a good freshman program last year.
No, that was a few years ago. We had a good JV.
You're right. That was a couple years ago.
We had a good JV group last year, but our sophomores are definitely the strength of our team. So it's just a matter of how quickly they can develop and turn into varsity guys. So this was a good test for them.
Rob, tell us about the feeling last year going through the quarters and the semis and the finals. What a season you guys had. What an incredible game. We called it, and what an incredible game that was.
Yeah. Well, I was glad you were there because we talked about are you going to be there?
Yeah, right.
For a little while you thought you weren't, but then it turned out that you were able to be there.
NFHS called us up and said, no, we want you there. So, okay, great, we'll go.
Yeah, but it was a blast.
What a special group of guys.
Yeah, a terrific group of seniors, and Souhegan was a terrific opponent, and we thought we matched up pretty well against them, so we thought we had a shot, and it turned out to work out
that you did
way.
And against a very well coached team. That when you beat Souhegan, you're really doing something, vice versa. And so one thing I noticed on the sidelines in the game against Plymouth and then the game against Souhegan, was the parents and the support system that was going around. I was really impressed. Nothing new to me.
Well, you used to be used to be on the Trinity Football Foundation.
Yes,
right?
I was president there for a couple years, and tell me about the tremendous culture, tremendous support from the parents. I can see you get there. We go to your new Trinity Field, which is just a fabulous, one of the best venues, around. Really, you're so close to the action. You can hear the coaches talking. It's just a great, tremendous venue.
Right.
But what about the situation as far as the support you get there? It looks like it's really
huge.
amazing.
Carly Gardside is the president now of the foundation. She does an awesome job. Her son. Last year, Dylan was a senior. He graduated, but she has a younger son, Tyler, that's in that sophomore group I alluded to. So she's stayed on, and she runs it and does a phenomenal job with it. And that's really the key to success in Trinity, in my mind, because a lot of guys are like, oh, you guys recruit. We can't recruit. It's illegal to recruit. We can't do it. We don't have it. If you looked at our roster, there's nobody you would find.
You have no feeder program. There's no high school feeder program.
And most of our stars are always Manchester kids, so it's not too far outside. But the big key that I always have said is most championships are won on the kitchen tabletop. And if you have kids that grow up in an environment where their parents are preaching success and want them to be successful,
holding accountability,
which is what you get when you're going to a school like Trinity. You get a bunch of kids like that, so it's easier to coach them. And then with the same parents being support behind the scenes, it's terrific.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because of last year's season, I just want to. It's the first game starts next week. I won't bring it up to you anymore. But it was what an experience. What is it that you feel that the young men and the coaching staff did in that game? Because the parity between those teams was phenomenal. What was the difference maker?
You're talking about the first Plymouth game?
Yeah.
So the first Plymouth game, we had a few guys hurt, number one. So we were probably at our weakest of the whole season for that game. And then the other thing that happened is there's some, like what it is, like wrong arm techniques and stuff like that you'll have a defensive end do that really can wear a kid down if you don't have a big, strong kid. And we had those kids hurt. We had smaller guys playing. So all right, let's not wrong arm it. Let's try to just play.
Yeah. What? Talk to me about that.
Well, you mean when we got the ball to drive down and ended up kicking the field goal? Yeah. We felt okay then. So we had the ball, we were moving it, kind of fits and starts, and I was like, as long as we're driving it, I'm good. And I have a lot of trust in Connor Bishop. So in my mind, I was thinking, let's get a field goal because I figured if we could make it a 2-score game. They weren't going to have enough time because they were not going right down the field on us. They were kind of having to drive it. So we just kind of did what we had to do, and then that last throw to Davey Durapo that set up the field. It was just it's a small short out pattern. We call it a slide. And that's the same play we hit for the touchdown earlier. It's just a little slide pattern, which we knew we weren't going to get a 20-yard first down, but we figured if he could get into field goal range, and that's exactly what he did. He got it into field goal range, and it was right on the 15. I joked with the guys, every special teams practice, every Thursday, we go 15-yard line left hash, 15-yard line left hash, and that's right where he was, 15-yard line left hash.
For our viewers out there, if you want to see a game that is just action-packed and you just don't know what to, you couldn't have written it any better as far as quality of game is concerned. Somebody had to win, somebody had to lose, but check that out on our YouTube station, Trinity versus Sauhegan.
I've watched it 40 times.
Well, you called me that night. Is it on yet? Is it on yet? Not yet. We got to give away that 48 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward in the team this year. Obviously, you got a young team. It's arguably a developmental program right now.
Yeah.
What is it? Where do you want to be 2/3 of the way through the season? Not necessarily wins and losses.
Yeah, we just want to be competitive. Yeah. You know, we got a young group. We want them to be able to compete, and we want them to be able to have some success and see where we are in the middle of the season, and then go from there.
And how about you, coaching? You've been doing it a long time, Rob. I mean, how are you feeling? You still loving it?
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it's still my passion.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. I don't have any nicks or dings that are making me struggle.
Right.
So as long as I'm able to go out and do it, and I enjoy it, I'm going to keep doing it.
Talk to me about Romeo. What an addition he is to your staff.
Unfortunately, we just lost him.
I heard rumors, but I wasn't sure if that was true.
He's a terrific guy who's been doing our strength and conditioning program for a few years now and does our special teams.
And a Trinity grad.
Trinity grad. He's been a terrific assistant for me. But he's got a job where he goes on, he calls them missions, which they are. He's got to fly body parts for donors across the country.
Serious
and just
business.
does a fantastic job with it. But it's so demanding that he wasn't able to coach this year. But we got his little brother, JT.
Yeah,
so
JT
Mizuku has come in, and he's going to try to pick up the slack, and we're looking forward to him being involved.
They have a terrific mom.
Yeah.
I tell you, I knew that. Remember that when they played? Could give Romeo some rides home with our boys sometimes. And what a gentleman. Absolute first-class guy. And you still got some of the old brass that's come back again. I see on the sidelines there.
Yeah, we do. We still have Denny Richmond, still have Matt Weston.
Yeah.
So some of the same assistants that we've had. And then I've got a guy that joined us this year that I'm excited about, Mike Lockman, who you may remember.
I know Mike. Yeah, terrific guy.
He was the head coach
he knows
at
the game
Sauhegan
too.
in 2016.
Knows the game.
And he's a fellow New Boston resident with me.
Terrific guy.
So he is going to join the staff this year, and we're
in it
happy
for
to
all
have
the
him.
right reasons.
Yeah.
He'll be good around young men for sure. No doubt about that.
One other guy I want to mention too.
Please do.
New to the staff this year is Peter Tebow, who's John Tebow's older brother.
Yeah.
And Peter Tebow and Paul Tebow, all those guys played for us at Trinity and had a terrific legacy with those brothers. We have a trophy that's named after them. But Peter is the older brother who they like to joke he taught them all how to play football when he was out in is it Belmont, I think is
Belmont, probably. Somewhere out
there.
The
program they were in before they moved to Trinity,
Where is Division II right now this year looking? I talked to Coach Boquette. He seemed to feel pretty strong about it, but I got to tell you, last year and the year before, that just with a reorganization, if you will, of some teams that went up and some teams that went down, Division II is become really solid football, and the quality of the play, the depth of the staffs that are coaching them, the correspondence there. I see the conditioning going up with Division II, and because it seems to be competition now with 7-8 different teams going in.
St. Thomas, I think, is going in a real
right
good
Yep.
direction. Hanover is a real up and coming team.
Yep.
I think he's doing a good job there. So it's and West is very strong now. Andy Preventure is doing a terrific job there. So just a lot of programs that are really going in the right direction.
Yeah. Well, you're a part of that, Bob, and you've done a terrific job over there. And I know what the guys feel about you and stuff. And I know what your coaches feel about you. I'm brokenhearted that Romeo won't be on the sidelines, but maybe he'll show up.
Yeah.
When
I'll introduce you to JT. So he'll give you
because
he has the same smile they all have. And I said to him, you all have such positive attitudes in your family, and I know you probably know this, but they lost their dad tragically at a younger age.
I
did. And JT would share with me that it was the mom, which you just alluded to.
She's a special lady.
Got them through and kept them positive and did a terrific job.
And he played some big-time ball, too. So he knows, boy, what an athlete he was at Trinity. He had a special gear, and one of the things with Romeo, he's very, very decent, very mild-mannered guy from the standpoint, just very respectful and stuff. But if you get him ticked off,
Oh, yeah.
He can cause some serious havoc on a football field.
I've never seen that side of him, but I can imagine.
Well, I saw him up in Plymouth one time. Not ticked off, it like angry, but just played with
some passion,
some real passion there.
Yeah.
What do you think as far as across the league? Any new changes, Bob? Because with the rule book this year, any new things that they did in the off season that you can share with us, or is it pretty much boilerplate?
It's pretty much similar. There's nothing huge it's been a big change. That's causing.
How's the game
any
changing from being in spread? But I see it almost this balance coming back to the high school game now. What's going on?
Yeah, I think what happened, spread got very popular, and a lot of schools started to do it, and a lot of schools got into the zone blocking scheme that are college level things. But if you're one of the better programs with size and a weight room and all that, you can do some of those things.
Yeah, you need depth.
But exactly. Yeah. That's the point I was going to make. Some of the old-fashioned, old school, which I kind of love, schemes that are gap schemes.
Me too.
Where if you did that now, and if you do it now, you find you can run the ball.
Right.
Because a lot of schools aren't as used to doing it.
Linebackers start getting faster, but they're getting smaller.
That's right.
So you can get your 6, 7, 8 yards.
Well, like we just saw against Pinkerton, they just went up and down the field on us with good old-fashioned gap schemes, and here they come.
Hell of a staff too.
Our guys had to see a different thing than what they're seeing in practice every day.
Right. Absolutely.
It's a game speed and a toughness and a level that you have to try to step up to. But it was a good test and good to help us try to get ready for where we've got to go.
But I've seen you, when you had the skilled players over the last 2 years, you had some really good skilled players. You opened it up. When they started crowding line of scrimmage and just stacking the box, you had some personnel and you had a quarterback that could throw the football. And how's he doing right now?
He's doing great.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
You know who's on our staff this year is his brother Jack back.
Is he really?
So Jack, because we needed somebody to help with the QBs this year, and I said, what about Jack? So he's playing baseball at Southern New Hampshire University. I called him, and he said, Coach, I might be interested. So he came in. He's been helping us. But to your earlier point, I had 5 years of Jack and Ollie service, where both of them were terrific athletes. They could run. They were baseball players. They could throw the football. So we could
but they
do
had the
a
X
lot
factor
of things.
Too. They both had the X factor as well as players.
But we have a QB that I think Danny Bergen is going to do a good job. I think he can throw the ball a little bit. He can run the ball a little bit. So we're going to be able to do something there. And we have a guy, Ben Pena, who can run a little bit. He unfortunately got dinged up in the shoulder, so we couldn't put him in with a scheme that we're going to try with him today. But we've got some guys that we can do some things.
And you have some backs that can.
Yeah.
I watched him today.
Is a good back, and Tate Zabuza, who you would always call Medusa.
I know. But you got to realize, I'm following Nick. I trust Nick to tell me how to do it, and then I follow him. That's what happens.
That Medusa is just really good.
Well, my heart's in the right place.
It is.
You know how many names?
You get it right 75% of the time, though. Just
75.
occasionally you'll slip in a Medusa.
Enough. I got to do better than that. But, Rob, great to see you.
Good to see you.
And I absolutely wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thanks.
One thing about developmental years are you never know what can happen.
That's right.
But a lot of times, if you get progression at the end of the year, coming into the next year or even at the end of this year, great things can happen.
Yeah.
So I wish you luck at that. And,
thanks.
give our best to everybody over at Trinity.
I will. Thank you.
Very, very, very fond memories over there.
And say hello to everybody in your family.
I absolutely will.
All right.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
Bob, good to see you.
Good to see you.
God bless you.
Yep.
Take care.
Take care.
Thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Rob Cathcart, folks, went over to Trinity and just took some quality players and he built a program around it in division. He's one of the main, stalwart programs in Division II, that being Trinity. Absolute wonderful venue to play and done a terrific job. And that season they had last year is one they'll remember for a very, very long time. That's a banner to truly be proud of, to hang it in the gym. I don't know where Nick is here, but we got a 8-6 Central over West right now. Looks like it's a lot of parity here between the two teams. And I've been watching them go back and forth here. And, Coach Preventure from West is a absolute model of what you want to see, of how you go into an urban area, and a program that was kind of struggling for numbers, and how you go in and you build pride, culture, and you really show how good these young men are on West football. But he's able to dig in, go into the schools and recruit, and the energy that he carries and the discipline that all the teams. Nick and I saw it 3 years ago when we went over there to do a game. This West team, they just play full 4 quarters of football, and they go after it. And so Division II is really between West and what we were talking about, Nick and I, to these various coaches and stuff, is really come a long way. And you want a Division II always that's close to Division I level football, because if you don't have any movement that can kind of come up or down. And a lot of teams, they'll develop and they start getting in the 70s and 60s, and they can actually, if they can build that culture, go to a Division I and test that for 4 or 5 years and see how it goes. So, but this Jamboree is something that Ryan puts together every year, and it really offers kind of the opening, if you will, to the season. And it's just good to not just go to a scrimmage, a quiet scrimmage. This is where people kind of meet in the beginning of the year and see each other, many people from the first time for 7-8 months after football ended before. And so we're ready to go here at Friday Night Lights with, the season coming up. What's going to be interesting is, as I said before, that Friday nights, more and more programs are moving to Friday night, and there's less Saturday games. So it does give us an opportunity to potentially look at some programs that we generally focus on Division I and II, but you never know what can happen as far as those games. But we do that week by week, and just depending on the on how it goes week to week, we'll see how that turns out. But the interview with Trevor Knight was great that Nick had, and Trevor Knight is one of our sponsors who we're very proud to have. And literally his camp and his training as a very successful quarterback all the way up through the collegiate level, what he's been able to do, like you start seeing quarterback play elevate throughout the whole league in multiple divisions. And everywhere you go, Trevor's got his name on a lot of these young players that are just showing up with tremendous upward, they just elevate their game. And a lot of it is based on on Trevor's camp that he does. It gets a lot of attention to the fine-tuning and developing a quarterback in the body, mind, and spirit. And he's just done an absolutely magnificent job. And as I said before, we're really proud to have him aboard, and we want to get his name out there as best we can for people who are looking for quarterbacks to elevate and to get in there early, even at the youth level. Talking about Trevor Knight, Nick just rejoined us about how he's got players coming in even at the upper youth level now to get training early. So when they start and they get into high school, and you had a great interview with him, and you can see why he's had such an impact, for sure.
And the results speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Trinity's been a shortlist contender really since he arrived at the Division II level, and as the defending champs, returning again. Only 4 starters from that returning group. Going to be a challenge. All right, let's bring in our next special guest. That, of course, is Londonderry head coach / athletic director Jimmy Lozon.
How are we doing?
I'm good, Coach. How are you?
Good. It's been a while.
It has. We expect your squad to once again be competitive. You guys made the playoffs last year, but kind of a regroup, rebuild, reload type of year in 25. What do you expect in 26? What are the expectations this year?
Yeah, it was a good group of kids last year. Obviously we didn't reach the typical standard expectation that we have, but hopefully bounce back this year. Just kind of taking it one day at a time. We'll see. Trying not to have any expectations and just coach and peak at the end and try to get better every day.
This group, though, talented, I assume that you're bringing back.
Yeah, we've got a big senior class, and a lot of them played last year. So,
right.
Now, obviously, we didn't play that well, so hopefully they we'll learn from mistakes that maybe were made and coaches as well. So all we can try to do is get better from all the experiences we got last year.
Who have been some of the standouts so far?
We're returning our quarterback, Sully Derone. He's looks smooth and composed, and like a kid that was back there for 10 games, and the kid that also came in and would spell him a little bit was Brock St. Gelais, and he's grown up quite a bit, both at quarterback, but he's a great athlete, so he'll play some defense for us. He's really stood out. And then our receiving core is pretty much all returners, and our tight end, Davis McGarrion. So hopefully, that continuity with the quarterback and whatnot will be good. And, we have a couple, big linemen. And then defensively, we really need to make a jump. You know what I mean? Last year, I just felt like we were a little too soft, and teams were able to do what they wanted against us. And that's not the norm for us. So, hopefully we'll get back to ourselves.
Tell me a little bit more about Majarian. He just committed to URI. He's one of, if not the best, tight end in the state of New Hampshire. How do you use a weapon like that as a senior?
Well, I don't want to say his biggest strength because he's got great hands, big hands, and he catches anything around him, but he's a very good blocker. I mean, he gets his hands on you, and that's a problem. I mean, he's 6'4", 260, and he's, a strong kid. So, the way to, try to utilize his strengths, obviously, make him like kind of the point of attack in the run game for us. But at the same time, he caught 40 passes last year. If he stays healthy, I'm sure he'll catch 40 more this year. He's a big target. He's a great body to have over the middle because he takes those hits and he catches the ball. Doesn't care about guys coming at him. So we'll try to get him to slice and dice some defenses a little bit differently. Last year we even put him at quarterback and some short yardage stuff, and but he's also a really good defensive player for us. So we're hoping between him and Jaden Malatini and Isaac Leeper we'll be able to anchor down the defensive line and get back to being ourselves.
Now, one of the things you told me in the past was that when it comes to your secondary, you're looking for guys that can make tackles.
For sure.
At the cornerback spot, at the safety spot.
Yep.
Is that the case again with this group?
Yeah, I think.
As we get a big run here for Manchester Central.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Little Green. We're going to extend the lead here at the end of the first quarter with an explosive splash play as Central shows off the speed, although it looks like this one may be coming back.
Yeah,
there's a flag on the play, so no touchdown.
Might have been a hold.
And the 6 wiped off the board, unfortunately, for Central.
Defensively, DB-wise, I think everybody usually thinks of coverage when they think of defensive backs, but, versus the teams we're playing, Salem, Pinkerton, a couple others, Concord, they're going to force those corners to come in and make tackles.
Right.
And so I try to get these guys to understand those corners, a lot of times they're pretty much playing outside backer if there's no receiver on their side. So, they've got to be able to take on blocks. They've got to be able to make tackles. And, in our best years, we've been really good up front on the defensive line, and we've had a back end that's been able to prevent any big plays. And, we really got to get back to that. Although I think the strength of our team is probably the linebacking core. I think we have some veteran we have 4 DBs coming back with some experience, so they should hopefully be able to get back to how we used to play.
One of the areas of strength, I'd assume.
Yeah,
I
hope so.
With the roster,
I hope so. We made a lot of mistakes on the back end last year, so I'm hoping we learn from those mistakes, and they've really grown. They've been wanting to meet with me and go over coverage stuff since April. So honestly, they've been dying to do this, and this summer in 7-on-7 we did. We kind of played, with one hand behind our back. We did a lot of our blitz scheme, and we left ourselves kind of exposed with only 6 guys out there, and I think some teams were able to exploit us a little bit with in 7v7, but we're not trying to win 7v7. We're trying to run our defense and get better, and I think our kids got better throughout the summer because I've already seen a big difference. And you put the pads on, it's a whole different ball game.
Good. An event like this, an exhibition, your team not on the field tonight, but you're in the stands scouting, I assume. What are some of the things that you're looking for here tonight from the Jamboree?
Just kind of feeling out who's who, and size obviously jumps out, but just any guys you didn't know about. There's always some surprises. Central quarterback Drake, we know him, and we know he's got a cannon, but he's got some good athletes around him. It's just good to see teams up close and personal. I think you spend a lot of time watching film, and you don't get to see like BG's tempo,
right,
or some of the exchanges with special teams and some of those things. Kind of miss those without being able to scout. So it's nice to see everybody here at once and get a feel for that.
Some of those things you can't really identify on tape. You have to be in the stands.
Yeah. And it's just and then the game has a different feel to it, when you're watching it in person. Like that big, bubble screen play right there that went for a touchdown, like that will stand out even though it got called back. And sometimes in film you see penalty, you skip over it, no big deal, but certain things kind of jump out to you when you're watching in person.
Now, how big?
I'm 0 for 6 in this Jamboree. So that's, we were not good at this. I don't take my scrimmages serious enough.
Now, you yourself are a self-proclaimed gym rat, and not a gym rat, a film rat.
Yeah.
A film rat. Are those the kind of kids that you would like in the program as well? Obviously, you want the physical tools and the athletes, but I'd imagine there's a place on the roster for a kid who breaks down the film as passionately as you do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I tell everyone, if you love football, then you'll love playing football here because, I feel like I love it and I'm all about it. I can do it 365 and, I always worry about trying, to not burn the kids out with that kind of stuff or, kind of talk beyond what they know and because I can get up on the whiteboard and I can lose myself pretty quickly or watching film.
I'd imagine that's a fine line to walk.
Yes,
right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and I always try to remind myself, I didn't always know this stuff. I try to put myself back in the mind of a high school kid when I didn't know anything either. So I enjoy that part of things, though, teaching them, bringing them along. But, yeah, I love when kids want to watch film and want to dive into it, want to know the little nuances that are going to make a big difference. I try to give the kids, at least our first team guys, the explanations as to why we're putting certain things in or why we're doing certain things so that they understand it. I think, sometimes when I was early on as a coach or when I played, I think coaches put things in and you just don't know why sometimes, and it makes more sense when you're explaining, they're going to try to attack us with this. This is what we're going to counter it with. This is how we're going to do this. And when you have a team that really buys into that and understands, it's awesome. It's great.
I imagine you lean on your staff a lot in that area as well, right?
Yeah. No, we have a big staff, a lot of guys that really love football. We always joke, we work 9 months for 9 Fridays. We work 9 months in the off season, all for those 9 Friday nights, and it's great when you put a good product out there and the kids can really execute all the ideas and things that you have in mind. But it's always humbling when they can't, and you're like, damn, that was a great game plan, but you can only give these kids what they can handle in 3 days, and being able to they only have so much time to watch film with school and their practice and homework and all that kind of stuff. So we got to be careful with what we put on their plate. But there were some classes there for a while, like the Drew Heenans and those classes that were, they'd put the homework to the side, man. They wanted to watch the film. But I didn't. They always got their work done. He was a good student.
Took care of business.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, Coach, you mentioned when you played, right? Yeah. You played, of course, for Manchester West. Correct me if I'm wrong. You had them in the playoffs in 2006. And that was the last time they made the playoffs until 2 years ago under Coach Provencher when they made the playoffs in Division II in 2024. Followed it up last year with another playoff appearance. So what do you think of the Blue Knights in 26?
So, I love the hype. I love the old school, I say old school, but, they went blue helmets and white helmets and back to blue, but so now they're back to white. That was when I played. No, I love it. Coach Provencher's doing a great job. He and I have met in the offseason before, and he's asking all the right questions. He's trying to do all the right things. He's a student of the game like myself, so I love that and respect that. He's passionate. They gave it to the right guy. He wants this place to do well. He takes all the things that come with that job, just takes it in stride. He's handled it really well. He's boosted up the numbers. He's got these kids excited. There's a lot of hype around the program. It's what they need, So it's awesome to see. Really
Certainly
is.
The right hire.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always rooting for the Manchester kids in all three of those schools. Obviously, the West West has they're close to my heart. But Ryan Ray's a dear friend of mine, and I'm always pulling for Central too, outside of when we play them. But
right.
I know they've got some battles that not all of us face, and so it's an uphill battle sometimes. So I'd love to see them have some success, and these kids have some success.
Meanwhile, your family continues to grow. You've got your oldest here.
Second.
Number
2.
Oh, all right. I thought
he's growing.
Yeah, they're about the same
my
size.
My oldest will be
now,
playing
right?
for me next year. So.
Well, that was my next question.
Yeah.
So next year.
Yep.
So he's
in
grade?
Eighth grade, yep. Yeah, that probably won't be a great experience for him, but that's all right.
I'd imagine you're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if he is, but that's all right. No, this is where I grew up. At Gill Stadium, playing on the sideline like he was just doing down there, and they used to have the bleachers on the other side, and we'd be back there. I definitely played way more than I watched, but and I didn't know who I was watching. I should have just sat down and watched Ryan Day and the rest of those guys play, but I was out there, throwing touchdowns of my own back there, getting my shirt ripped, bloody nose, all that fun stuff. But that's where you learn how to play. That's where you learn how to play. So.
All right, final question. Week 1. What are you looking to accomplish? Obviously, you want the victory, but some of the in-game stuff you'll be watching for next Friday.
Well, usually Timberlane's a physical team, and so I'd like to see us be physical. I think there's plenty of talent in the room, and they're really good kids. It's how physical are we going to be week in and week out. Last year, we were not the most physical team every week, and that's a big part of the sport, Outside of playing quarterback and kicker, you got to be physical. You got to block and tackle at some point.
Right.
So I just want to see us get back to physically dominating some people, and that starts up front. But also the skill guys got to be physical at a certain point too. So I'd like to see that, and let's just get back to starting to show some good football. And I haven't talked about results at all with the kids. I'm not looking at where we're going to be at the end of the season or the result at the end of the week 1. I just want to see us put a good product out there and keep getting better.
All right. Coach, doing a great job as usual. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk again
anytime.
This season.
I don't think we talked all last year, so.
I know.
Yeah. I'll talk to you this year.
You guys are spoiling us.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach. Jimmy Lozon, longtime Londonderry head coach, also the athletic director at Londonderry High School, former standout at Manchester West, and former coach with the Blue Knights, along with St. Anselm at the NCAA level as well. Very accomplished, still yet to turn 40 as well. One of the younger head coaches, even though he's got the experience. Meanwhile, James going to scramble for Central, try to make something out of nothing, and he dives across the line of scrimmage to pick up a couple on a broken play as Central continues to threaten here inside the red zone. Just over 3 minutes gone by, second quarter. Central with an 8-6 lead over Manchester West here in the Queen City Jamboree. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you, and a plethora of guests have been gracious enough to join us from the broadcast area here in the stands. A couple thousand on hand here at Gill Stadium. Sun is down, lights are on, and we've got ourselves our first Friday night, our first football Friday of the season. Of course, week 1 kicks off next weekend statewide. We'll have coverage, live coverage, here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. Run play, touchdown. 15 yards to the right side. It goes to the house, and Central going to open up an 8-point lead pending the extra point, 14-6. An impressive drive there for Coach Ray and his guys as they really made it look easy on that one. Good seal block, and then at the second level, another block at the 10-yard line, and there's the touchdown. So Central trying to make this a 2-score game. They're going to go for 2. The 14-6 lead on the board. Reminder, like and subscribe if you have not done so already. Friday Night Lights New Hampshire on YouTube at FNL NH Media. James handoff up the middle this time, and West is going to come up with a stop. 2-point try, no good. As Coach Ray elects to stick with the run, and West able to shut it down. So it's a 1-score difference, 14-6. Still with plenty of time here in the second and final quarter. Just over 8 minutes remaining. So, if you missed any part of our interviews, of course, this broadcast will be archived as soon as we're off the air. You can go back and check out any of the discussions. We had Coach Bauquet from Sauhegan on, Coach Cathcart of Trinity, two shortlist contenders once again in Division II.
Roger the Brain Brown, New Hampshire Football Report.
Roger Brown.
Boy, that was a good interview, Nick. I really, I love the way when he talks about Winnicott, he lights up. You know what I mean, Roger? I think he really, you're not going to call him first place, but they look like they could be fierce, and they're well coached, as we know. Great culture over there.
And they've looked good in their two scrimmages, from what I understand. Wins over Bedford and Nashua South. So Winnicott definitely on the early season radar.
I love going there. It's a great place to do a game. And
they'll be tested in week 1 against Portsmouth. That's a Seacoast rivalry game.
Why not, right? Go out there and find out, get a benchmark of where you are. By the way, I see this little guy walking up. I said, is that Jimmy? If we gone back, Back to the Future, look just like Jimmy. Yeah. And I talked to him a little bit. He's playing youth football, playing 5th and 6th grade football, varsity, playing quarterback. So chip off the old block.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So
Coach Lozon, good stuff going on with
real
Londonderry.
good stuff.
Had a little bit of a down year last year by their standards. Of course, they still made the Division I playoffs, but we're accustomed to seeing them win 7, maybe 8 games during the regular season, and not the case last year. But I have a feeling that group will be back hungrier than ever, perhaps, under Coach Lozon in 2026.
Yeah, and I've been keeping an eye online with Jimmy, and if you look at some of the football players that he graduated and how he continues to connect with these guys in through college and beyond, quite frankly.
Right.
Truly is a developer of young men that he stays involved with and stays with, builds really solid relationships with his players. And he doesn't care whether it's a skill position, offense. He does not care. It's how well do you play at your position? Who are you as a person? And he keeps very close connection with his players as they move on. And UNH, captain.
Yeah.
They got a captain from his team.
Right.
My old age, his name is escaping, but I'll think of it. I interviewed him at over in Manchester when we did the Ramshaw. And just a fine young man, and voted captain of UNH. That's no small thing.
No, not at all.
But I'm not surprised in the quality person he was, and he's got 3 guys over there that are making some noise, and that's always good for our New Hampshire football to be getting into these schools and making an impact. So.
Speaking of Manchester football, we've got West and Central here. The Blue Knights in control. Another first down on the ground. Manny Mendoza, one of the quarterbacks that has received a lot of attention, stepped in due to an injury last year and played well. Back again as the full-time starter and seems to have a pretty good grasp on this offense here through a quarter and a half of play.
Yeah, I've been watching West, though, and there's nothing wrong with their firing off the line. If you watch them here, you'll see these guys know where they're supposed to be, and they're executing blocks. And they're going against a good Central team, a Division I Central team. So,
and getting some push on the pile,
some push in the pile. I will say Central's got some explosive athletes that I've been watching. Yeah. Their open end speed on 2 or 3 of those guys is literally
had a long touchdown call back.
Wow, yeah, call back. Yep. But boy, you could see the speed, and so.
Well, we've been fortunate, Steve, to be able to chat with our different guests here.
I like
tonight.
where we are here.
Yeah,
I think we're in a nice open space. Probably try to do something next year with the camera, get it in a little bit more of an open area. Try to do that. Maybe put a couple on the field or another one remote. But
this is kind of the mezzanine area.
But this is a great place for us to have guests. We're out of people's way, and it's just a great venue to kind of watch the game while we're talking to some of these people. And really happy for John Trisciani that he's found a program there that. You can tell he's into it. He's engaged. Jimmy's always engaged. I wasn't able to listen to any particular things that in your discussion with Jim that stand out. On any matter, really.
He mentioned the secondary, which has traditionally been a strength at Londonderry. Same thing, I suppose, this time around. Always looking for guys who can tackle at that second level, and it seems like this group is up to that challenge. And, of course, he's got a weapon in Davis Majarian. He's 6'4", 265 pounds, the tight end, the D end.
URI bound.
Committed to Rhode Island, and really a dangerous player.
Yes.
In a variety of ways that Londonderry can utilize.
And he needs those type of players, because when you face teams like Pinkerton and Salem and so many other teams, when they're on top of their game, you got to have those top level athletes to match up, because you get a player like Spellman, he can just he can just do a number on you, be a one-man gang, and Jimmy's got to have those type guys. But what Jimmy's magic has really been is he and his coaching staff have been able to take, players that might be at the B- level and bring that up to A-, and that's the magic in the program, is they're able to develop players at a very, very high level with a very highly disciplined environment, and he's able to do what good programs do. You have competition for positions. So if you want your position every day, you've got to come out, listen, follow directions, learn, and improve, because there's 2 or 3 other guys down in the ranks that are looking for your job. And when you can, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but when you can use that as a motivating factor, it's good for the player that is in the starting position, and it's great for players to know that they have an opportunity to compete for a position and maybe earn it. If anybody slips back, gets injured, whatever. So he's got a nice system going there, but I think all of his players, when they go in, are competent, and he's got them maxed out to what they could be at that specific time of the year. Great coaching staff, great education going on there as far as the game of football. It's also the mindset. Everybody has a team mindset. He has explosive sidelines. And any program that's going to succeed over the long term has got to have that sense of energy on the sidelines, and you can certainly feel that with all of Jimmy's team and so many other coaches that we have a coaching staff in New Hampshire that is just second to none. I mean, you see at the Chad game. Yeah, it's so deep when all those guys spend their time and get involved and get together and have a good time. Kip Jackson, these are real football coaches that teach real football. And,
meanwhile, another timeout on the field here. West is marching. They're in the red zone.
They are. Slowly and methodically down the football. They're playing to their strength. Nick, I overheard, I was listening to you and Roger talking, and Roger kind of broke a little bit of I don't want to say a story, but a thing kind of that's kind of on the undertone of the changes that have happened. And a guy like Zach Matthews, when he leaves, there's a big vacuum there. Yeah. It's a huge vacuum. Outstanding coach. Really came into the program. And a lot of people saying, hey, after the success of the previous coach, what's going to happen here? And Zach Matthews just picked it up where it left off and just kept it high.
Bedford has won 3 of the last 4 Division I titles.
Yeah, speaks volumes right there. But the coaching right now is a different philosophy coming from Pelham.
Right.
A different philosophy. You wonder how much is Bedford's traditional game of heavy on the spread, but also a solid running game to keep it in check. But is it going to orient towards the run to where it's going to be play action, where you run the football and then you pass off of the reaction
out of the wing tee?
Out of the wing tee. What is the wing tee? And how's Bedford going to be able to? I'm really interested in this next game to kind of get the very beginnings of what that's going to turn out, and how coach is going to how these guys are prepared against a very good Salem team as well. I'm really looking forward to this matchup coming up.
Direct snap, left side run on 2nd and 2. This will bring up, I think, 3rd and short as Manchester West moves inside the 10-yard line. We're coming up on the 4-minute mark here. Second and final quarter. Central actually with a 16-6 lead over Manchester West. 2-point conversion. Must have escaped me, Steve. I was talking with Coach Lozon, but it says 16 for Central on the board here at Gill Stadium. 16-6 is the Central lead over West. So still a 2-score game, but West threatening here to add a second score, facing 3rd and inches inside the 10-yard line.
So we're going to have to break down immediately when this game is over change our power supply system given some of the things that are going on in the stadium here. And no emergency or anything, but we're going to have to reset right after the game, folks. So I'm not sure how Ben, our director in the studio, but we'll have to kind of do a quick reboot, and we'll be right back on. I don't think it'll be a continuum. I think if just go right back onto our station, give us about 3 to 4 minutes, and we'll have things rocking again.
Yeah, hopefully Ben can play a couple of those spots. Well, give our sponsors some love.
Matt will be
TKQB
on.
Academy.
Matt will be on.
Matt will be on.
Yeah, but we'll still have the pictures. Just we'll be.
I think we are due for a commercial break at some point.
Yes.
We'd like to pay some bills and show some love to our sponsor, MG Sports. Mike and his crew back again for another season. We appreciate
Thank you,
them.
Mike.
We spoke with Trevor Knight earlier of TKQB Academy, the good folks over at Jewett Construction, back in the saddle again. And, of course, big thanks to you, Steve, with Steve Beals and Beals Insurance as the presenting sponsor yet again in 2026.
Love doing it, and, a high moment for me last year was Jewett Construction and the trade scholarship that they've implemented. This country is desperate for people that actually do things and make things and fix things. It's a noble thing to take on those professions and bring them to their max and be innovative and creative throughout a career of a person's life. And Jewett Construction is right on the edge of that.
Yeah.
And on the front burner, it puts it right on the front burner. And
they picked the right kid, too.
They picked the right kid.
Justin Howell of Pinkerton. We had a chance to speak with him during the lacrosse state championship game. You can tell he's got a bright future.
And we're proud to have them as a sponsor, Jewett.
Absolutely.
Doing all the right things for all the right reasons. And
meanwhile, Central just came up with a big stop, Steve, on 4th and inches.
And also, MG Sports. Let's talk about Mike for a sec.
Yeah.
You look around the program and successful programs, you've got to have revenue in these programs. And what Mike does is he has a tremendous program to go into not just football, so many different sports, lacrosse, baseball, whatever, and goes in and has a program that is designed for people with ease, for new parents coming in every year, participating in fundraising. And he makes it easy for them and makes them very successful programs to build the treasuries, to buy extra equipment, take care of all kinds of things that a football program needs for the year. Check out MG Sports if you're looking to do fundraising, because Mike's been a great supporter of us, and we certainly appreciate not only his support of us, but what he does for the very programs that we're broadcasting.
Yeah, another successful, growing business.
Absolutely.
And we're proud to be partners with MG Sports.
Yep.
Meanwhile, another stoppage on the field. It comes inside of 2 minutes as Manchester West looks to come up with some kind of a play here on the defensive end. Central facing a 2nd down and 9. Coming up, as we mentioned, we'll take a break after this game and set the scene for the final 2-quarter matchup of the night here in the Jamboree. That's defending Division I champion Bedford taking on perennial contender Salem. Kind of the heavyweight matchup,
it's just
so to speak.
This is to me
the top of the bill.
There's so much with both of these teams that you want to see. It is very clear that Central and West look like they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a Division II team running 16-6, but at the same time, that 16-6, you see what Central's got for athletes. Ryan's got some tools this year. Both of these teams, you got to come out of this game feeling pretty optimistic about what you've got on both sides of the football.
I'd love to speak with either head coach after the
game. So would
I.
Yeah.
Coach Provencher of West or Coach Ray of Central. Meanwhile, this one is blown up in the backfield. Good one-on-one tackle about 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage is that east-west play for Central.
Is that Larry Bird down there pushing that car? I mean, holy smokes, that looks just like Larry. Maybe 4 inches shorter, but wow.
A Bird impersonator.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Bird impersonator. I love it.
We've got a good crowd, as we've been harping on all night here. And, we've had, as Roger Brown mentioned earlier, difficulties in the past with weather. Sometimes the heat.
Not tonight.
Can play a factor. Sometimes, folks are out of town. But a lot of people showing up here tonight for the unofficial kickoff to the season. It's a good thing to see.
Yeah, boy.
Of course, this is a tradition now that goes back decades, the Queen City Jamboree.
Yep, and the attendance, you always look at what is the attendance at primetime. The attendance at primetime tonight was as good as I've seen in quite a few years, and there's still loads of people hanging around here. Later, here it is 8 whatever, and they're still here. So, very exciting. Nice matchups. I don't know how Pembroke played
the first game.
The first game against
Alvern.
Alvern, right? That's right, Alvern. I saw them coming out. I don't know how that one worked out, but Alvern
was a win for Alvern.
A win for Alvern.
Yeah.
Alvern is another team that that program was really in struggling there for a while, and there's been some coaches coming and going on, but Alvern has rebuilt the program and they got numbers, and we'll see what they do this year.
They had 4 or 5 wins last year on the cusp of the playoffs. So.
They're winning. You start winning, it becomes contagious. Hey, if you 4 guys come out next year, we can win 6, 7, 8 games, you know, and that's what you need to get going. So,
right. Meanwhile, another stoppage here. I believe West is out of timeouts. You can see Coach Provencher is not happy on that far sideline.
Well,
going to send his defense back out. Central facing a 3rd down and 15 here. Can't make a mistake at their own 5-yard line.
No, but Coach Provencher, whether it's a jamboree or a championship game, he's going to have his foot on the pedal on the competitive side no matter what, because he knows it's just his style. He wants his guys amped up at all times, and it's that kind of a game. It's an emotional game, and he knows it.
Of course, West as a program went nearly, Steve, 20 years without a playoff berth until Coach Provencher arrived, and he's been able to string together back-to-back 7-2 regular seasons, which resulted in trips to the Division II playoffs.
Yeah, that's a nice run right there. Nice run around the edge.
Close.
You're going to see the replay here. Watch the lateral movement here. Watch. He breaks out of the pocket. He sees the penetration. He gets out. He knows the proper lane, and then goes for the sideline. Always for a quarterback, don't turn upfield when you're in a overwhelmed situation or overmatched situation. Get out of bounds, protect your body, and nice run there. Good pickup.
Stepped out of bounds at the 14. That's about
except for the out of bounds. Yeah,
6 yards shy of the marker. So 4th down and 6, and a likely punt here coming. Closing seconds of this second and final quarter of this exhibition match. 2 schools, by the way, 2 of the oldest schools in the state.
Yep. Spalding's up there too, right?
Spalding's up there. West, I think,
Alvern's been around for a long time.
That's another one, yep.
Yeah.
I think West opened in 1923.
Oh, I thought it was the 30s. It's the 20s.
You may be right. Don't quote me on that. I thought it was 23, but Central right there in that same area in these 2 schools.
Boy, he moves well in the pocket.
Yeah,
Look at that.
He's going to slip free and find a first down.
Yeah,
that's tackled inbounds along the sideline, and that may seal it.
Really impressive movement in the pocket. That's 2 plays in a row. He really got a solid sense of where the running lanes are. He can feel and sense pressure extremely well. What a nice look at it. Knows immediately, and he's slippery as well, and got some good end. That good initial 20-yard speed that you need as a quarterback to break tacklers.
They're going to wind the clock. 22 seconds. And again, I believe West is out of timeout, so Central does not have to run a play here.
Yeah, Coach Provencher's coaching really hard right now. He's looking to get situational football where he can. Yeah. 23. How dare I even question a gentleman who graduated alma mater?
Didn't somebody say that?
Yes, you did. I was giving you all the accolades I could. I thought it was the 30s, and I'm wrong. Yeah. 23 it is. Not a lot of high schools open in the 30s, Nick. Very difficult times.
Good point.
But I thought West was one of them that did. And Central's pretty jacked up. We're pretty happy with their performance.
I was about to say, I'd imagine Coach Ray is pretty pleased with a 16-6 victory. All right, we are going to step aside for just a moment. Reset the stage when we come back. Final game of the night, 2 quarters of pure mayhem. Defending champion Bedford taking on Salem in the heavyweight fight here at Gill Stadium. More in a moment as the 2026 Queen City Football Jamboree continues here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. We're presented by Beals Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com.
Maybe it's leaning too close to your home. Maybe it's not healthy. Or maybe you just don't like it there. No matter what the reason is, if you need tree work or pruning, call Accurate Tree Service. They have the right equipment and expertise to properly diagnose, treat, or remove trees, no matter how difficult the terrain. Perhaps simple, careful pruning by our certified arborist is all you need to manage your trees and shrubs. When it comes to your tree care, contact the full-service tree care experts today, Accurate Tree Service, because you only get one chance to take a tree down right.
Are you a quarterback who is ready to take your game to the next level? Well, then it's time to join TKQB Academy. Founded by former UNH standout Trevor Knight, TKQB Academy has worked with student athletes from around New England, helping young quarterbacks to reach their full potential. TKQB Academy offers one-on-one and group sessions that will help you instantly improve your accuracy, timing, mechanics, and footwork. So be the best QB you can be at TKQB Academy. Call 603-732-7194 or reach out on Instagram at TKQBA. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include discount tickets, cards, and calendar raffles to hundreds of local merchants throughout the New England area. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today.
back here in Manchester. Final game of this 2026 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. We're presented by Beals Insurance. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals. Fifth and final matchup of the night. Again, it's been a series of two-quarter affairs in this exhibition. Of course, week one kicks off statewide next Friday night. We'll have our first official broadcast here on this channel coming up Friday night. Meanwhile, Salem, they have the football. They're in the white jerseys. Blue Devils, under head coach Steve Abraham, made the Division I semifinals last year as a number 7 seed. A couple of postseason wins, including one on the road in the quarterfinals. They bowed out eventually to Pinkerton in the semis, but a lot of pieces from that team are back. Going to go for it here on fourth down. Coach Abraham calls a run up the middle, and that is snubbed out. Good tackle there on the edge by Cam Santos of Bedford, one of the captains. And the defending champion Bulldogs are going to take over at their own 25-yard line. With just about 4 minutes gone by here in the contest. If you have not done so already, be sure to like and subscribe. Free to do so, of course, to our YouTube channel. Friday Night Lights New Hampshire is on YouTube at FNL NH Media. So a win there for the Bulldog defense, and now we see this revamped offense under new head coach Tom Babane, bringing the wing tee with him. Of course, Coach Babane, formerly of Pelham, going to throw on first down. Roll out, left side, bullet, diving catch, and incomplete.
Yeah, but great catch, though. It was out of bounds, I think.
I'm going to rule him out of bounds. Santos, the receiver, incomplete is the ruling. Second down and 10.
Yep. Boy, it looked like a great catch on the far end there.
Certainly a good effort. Santos, one of Bedford's better athletes. As we know, he's one of their standout lacrosse players in the springtime, and he's been a part of this football program, big part of it for the last several seasons.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the wing tee, folks. Made a lot of programs successful.
Will stumble on the handoff. Dive play won't get much, just shy of the 30.
Big factor here, Nick, is to sequence your plays that have a lot of plays that feel the same, so it's very difficult to get the right. You're guessing on your keys. And if you run it in a very sophisticated fashion with play calling, it can be murder for a really difficult for a linebacker crew to be able to follow the play. And you get them stepping back or stepping to the side rather than stepping forward, and that's when the run start pumping out 8, 9, 10 yards. Be interesting to see. You know when you go from a real pretty consistent, pretty high percentage spread offense. One thing I will say about Bedford's teams over the last 5 or 6 years, 7 years has been that they do have good running games built into that spread, and they've been very effective. And they read and react to how you overcover one or the other, and. I think Zach and his crew were great play callers, did a great job. But this gentleman coaching Bedford right now has a great record himself of
guided Pelham to 4 straight Division II championships. Had a win streak of over 40 games. I forget what the total was in the end, but it was north of 40.
Solid resume, yeah.
One of the nation's longest active win streaks at the time. And last season, without Coach Babane, they made another deep playoff run to the semifinals.
Time of possession becomes a real big factor.
Especially in this offense.
I believe that's our friend Jeff Kleiner out there. And
the official.
possibly may have a double
handoff, ball on the ground.
Tough thing to do early in the season.
Somebody recovered near the line of scrimmage. Salem's going to take over. First turnover of the game comes at the Bulldog 40-yard line. So Salem going to get good field position coming off the fumble. And that double handoff can be tricky sometimes, Steve.
Difficult to execute early in the season, a double handoff. You got to do a lot of reps with that, and you got to have all three components plus the line working in sync. So here's the time to try it. See if it works. Nice cut inside.
There's an alley there and a first down. The result, turning his back to the defense all the way down to the Bulldog 26.
That young man doesn't need a big hole to cut off some yardage there.
Now, that's the thing about the Salem rushing attack, Steve, is similar to Exeter, similar to Winnicott.
Yep.
You're going to see 3, maybe 4 ball carriers throughout the course of a game.
Yep.
Always getting fresh legs out of the backfield.
And if you can build parity among your backs, that means the linebacker core and the defensive backfield and the defensive ends have really got to honor it. The whole defense does, but especially your linebacker crew.
Stretch play. Room on the sideline. A second straight carry is going to bring him down to about the 10-yard line.
That's some good running right there. Good blocking as well, but good job reading your blocks and knowing when to cut up across the line of scrimmage. No hesitation, Nick.
Able to bounce that one and then grab some extra yardage at the end of the run as well. So we've got a 1st and goal with the football just inside the 10-yard line as Salem looks for the first score of the game. As we close in on the 4-minute mark here, first quarter.
Had a great discussion with Coach Abraham down on the field, sideline there, not sideline, but on the end zone before the game. And, wow.
This one's some power football up the middle.
Yeah.
Pile is pushed down inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, I got to tell you, not only are they quick, not only do they read their blocks, not only do they have a great plant step and glance upfield, but they lower their shoulder when they get into the linebacker, Nick. They really pretty effective. Right now, Salem looking strong. The run game looking solid.
By the way, we're waiting on Coach Preventure of Manchester West. Blue Knights just finished up their game against Central. We're hoping to grab Coach for a couple of minutes here in just a few minutes. Another power run. This one short of the goal line.
Yeah, it's really a broken play there.
Oh, they're calling a touchdown.
Yeah, but it was a broken play, and the quarterback did a terrific job of holding on to the football and then choosing the right gap to funnel through. And let's look at this is Bedford's defensive line, Nick, and so let's give Salem's offensive line some positive feedback on what Steve's crew were able to do here on the line. Getting off the ball extremely well. That's good looking Salem style, tough football, hard-nosed drive.
Ends up as a 5-yard touchdown run for Van Mason, the returnee.
Yep.
As the quarterback keeper pays off for Salem, Blue Devils will add the extra point, and it's 7-0.
Well, as you know, I liked Van last year. Right out of the gate, I thought he was a very disciplined quarterback. Plays a little more maturity than probably his age, which is always a good thing. He's off to a good start right now. And
again, only a junior. Last year, kind of thrown into the fire unexpectedly early in the season.
And he didn't burn. He hung in there.
Not only that, but he seemed to improve.
Yes, he did.
As the season went on. And if tonight is any indicator, he may be in for a big junior year as well.
Yep.
So 7-0.
Hard to believe he's a junior.
Salem, they force a turnover at the Bedford 40, and then just a few plays later end up in the end zone for a 5-yard touchdown. Mason gets the score. A lot of the heavy work, heavy lifting done on that drive was by Aiden Shikrala, who was another returnee. All right, we've got Coach Preventure here. We're going to get a headset on him as Bedford handles the kickoff over the 20-25, met resistance at the 26, and fights his way to the 27. All right, Andrew Preventure,
hey,
thank you for joining us.
Of course, good to see you guys.
Won't hold you hostage too long. I know you've got to take care of the team, but
appreciate it.
Your initial thoughts here. You guys battled in that 16-6 two-quarter loss against Central, but did some pretty good things, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think obviously some things we got to work on and fix, and a lot of credit to Coach Ray and Central. They played a tough game, and that was really physical game on both sides. These kind of games always are, I think that, we have some, a couple coverage things that we, got exposed on early that we just, new guys learning positions and, take a little licks early, but that's kind of what these jamborees are all about.
Overall, let's zoom out here a little bit. You inherited a program a few years ago that had been out of the playoff picture for multiple decades, slipped down from Division I to Division II. You had problems really retaining kids to play all 4 years, and then you arrive, and all of a sudden now you've got these guys playing winning football again. What was the key to that big, massive undertaking that you and your staff were able to pull off?
Yeah, I was fortunate to have a great staff that was able to do a lot, and we had a super, supportive principal and athletic director who, did everything to help us out, and then I've had just like some tremendous leaders and athletes who've, helped us recruit the hallways and have tried to build a positive culture, and we talk about being mentally tough and team first, and we've really done a good job eliminating, penalties from our game, and, we're not really one of those teams that, is flying off the handle, and we take a lot of pride in that, and we think that's going to, help us win playoff games and, compete for state championships.
Now you guys are close, right? 7-2 in back-to-back seasons, playoff appearances, in really a wide open Division II landscape.
Yeah.
You and I spoke briefly off the air. You said you're more excited about this upcoming year than what you've been able to accomplish the last two.
Yeah, we love the group we have. It's a really tough, gritty group that is, ready to go. They want to pound the rock. We want to run the ball. We feel like we can play tough defense. We're happy to go against anybody. So we love the psyche of this team. We don't have a lot of, not a lot of like prima donnas and a lot of kind of team first guys. So we, that's something that we've been trying to craft. This is a special group. These were the guys that were my freshmen coming in. So they're seniors now, so it's year 4. So it's kind of a neat journey to have those guys, be with our team. And, they were here when we went 1-8 that first year. And then, now they're the seniors and hopefully ready to, make some noise this year.
What can you tell me about your quarterback?
He's done a lot of good things. He was he played some great football for us at the beginning of last year. I think he manages what we need really well. He can make some good throws. He has some good decision making. So we like his leadership. Just was voted captain by his teammates. So we think that he's got a good formula for us.
Looked like your group up front was able to get some push here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Central's got some big strong dudes up front, and I thought we were able to hold our own the whole game, and it would have been a fun one to go 4 in. Would have loved to you get kind of at the end of these games, it's a jamboree for everyone playing in it, except for when it's two city teams facing each other, right? Because it always gets to the next level. So you get a little frustrated at the end where they're like, they're running the clock, they're running the clock,
all 3 timeouts.
There's a hole, they don't call a hole. It's like and I get it. Like we all want to get out of here healthy, and that's the main goal. But when it is two city teams, like we also just kind of want to see a real game get played.
Right.
But it's we're happy. I mean, Coach Ray does an awesome job putting this on, and this is a great event. It's like a hallmark event, I think, at the beginning of the season. We love participating in it. And, it was fun. I think it looked like everyone got out healthy, which is good.
Yeah.
Hopefully, good season ahead for both of us.
Now, obviously, you want to build on last year's 7-win campaign.
Yeah.
How do you do that? What are some areas that need to improve?
Yeah, so I think in very short yardage situations, we got to be better there. And really, we've been talking a lot about the gap between good and great is pretty significant. And there's almost as much work getting from okay to good, and then there's probably more work going from good to great.
Yeah.
So we need to be able to compete with good teams like the Plymouths and the Souhegans and Pelhams of the world, and we need to be able to go toe to toe and then beat those teams. And we're gonna have to get a little tougher and a little more gritty in order to get over that finish line.
Yeah. How much support have you had from the alumni? Because I know that they're talking you up. They're really proud of you.
It's been great. They've been it's been building a lot. We're always trying to get more people at our games. I'd love to get our stands fully packed. And it's interesting, as we've talked about before with the alumni. You have so many who kind of got an affinity for Bedford as they started high school, and but they're West grads, and I think that they're some of them are starting to come home too. So that's exciting, and we want to just get packed stands, and we love having our alumni there. We celebrated the 75 team last year with their 50th anniversary. They've been super supportive. We've got coaches from years back who've come over and talked to our guys. So we're always trying to kind of bring in that, bring that shine back in, and it's been beneficial for our players.
And the new weight room as well.
The new weight room's been great. Yeah, Zoo Health made a significant donation and helped us redo the weight room. That's been awesome for our guys.
A couple years ago now, right?
Yeah, it was I think last summer, this time last year, and that's really been great for our guys, especially in the off season. And it's kind of the lifeblood of the program is being in a weight room. Yeah,
well, you're doing a fantastic job.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Always great seeing you guys.
Best of luck.
You got it. Yeah,
Coach Provencher. We'll talk again. That's Andrew Provencher, the Manchester West head coach. Got the Blue Knights playing winning football again, looking for another successful season after really building that program all the way back from really a low point a few years ago. He mentioned 1-8 in year one, and here they are after back-to-back 7-2 campaigns, still hungry, and now year number 4 under Coach Provencher.
Offensive line tonight, watching them, Nick, they looked solid firing off the ball. They were using excellent form. They were coming out low, and they were lifting the defensive line, controlling them in a lot of cases, and that was a good defensive line of Central. And of course, Central had their wins too. They won the game, but West looked competitive. It looked in the trenches, looked competitive against Central High School. That's pretty darn good. And I didn't see any energy breakdown at all. Every single play they're playing hard. Speaking of playing hard, both of these teams are banging it right now. They are
going to pick up a first down on a fourth down conversion.
But Salem hanging right there with them, and the line play, and there's a war going on between both lines, and that's what makes a great football game, because when you've got the lines just completely all out, and you got some parity there, it's going to probably be a competitive game. Now it's up to your skill players to be able to finish the job if their offensive lines are able to provide them the time. But both teams look solid.
It's like a 5-man front for Salem. Bedford sticks to the run. Left side run for Bryce Durso, senior. Going to dive his way inside the 35 for a big 8-yard pickup.
We knew number 6 was going to be a major component of Bedford this year. What a player he was last year as well. So
operated last year primarily out of the slot.
Yep.
And from my understanding, they may move him around a little bit.
Yep.
To try and get him the football more often.
I think they will.
He's a veteran and one of Bedford's better players, number 6 in black. This is one of Bedford's better drives of this game. Again, we're early in the second quarter, just a 2-quarter affair in this exhibition matchup.
Yep.
Right side, second effort will get it done. Inside the 30 for a 3-yard pickup and a Bedford first down. If you're just joining us, Salem got on the board following a Bedford fumble. 40-yard scoring drive, 5-yard touchdown run from Salem quarterback Van Mason. Extra point up and good, and that's where we are, 7-0. Earlier today, Alvern got a win over Pembroke. BG, they downed Sauhegan. Pinkerton took care of Trinity. And then in a rivalry game between Central and West, it was Central who came away with a 16-6 victory.
Yep.
This is our 5th and final game of the night. Another handoff right side. Another 3-yard gain for Bedford to set up a second down and 7, nearly 2 minutes into the second quarter. Most of these fans still sticking around as well. Earlier tonight, stadium was packed. Near capacity at the high water mark, and still a strong group
very
in attendance here. Of course, that's not surprising. Bedford and Salem, well, their fan bases, two of the best in the state. They'll travel. Short ride for Bedford, just across the town line. Of course, Salem not too far down Route 93.
What's your assessment so far, Nick, of this game? It's a very different-looking Bedford offense. We knew with the wing tee that was going to happen. I don't see a lot of risk out there as far as the play-action pass things. It looks like to me like Coach is trying to get his running game in order here, trying to get the basics, going with a whole new offense. And, of course, when you change the offense to this degree, everybody has something to learn. It isn't like you've got –
They're going to throw here.
Nice throw. Must have heard me, Nick.
Complete. And
nice
a nice run after
nice
the
play.
Catch as well along the sideline and down to the 11-yard line. It's a first down. So there's the play action, Steve. That's how it's drawn up, right?
Well,
you establish the run, and then you roll out the quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think there's a quarterback problem for Bedford. He looked pretty solid. That's every time he does do play action or he boots out of the pocket, he seems to have a pretty good presence. So this is a nice. These are two teams, Nick, that are going to try to drive down the field in pretty much the same format. Not looking to get it done in a minute and 10 seconds.
Right.
But looking to grab 7, 6, 7, 8 minutes off the clock if they can every time they carry the ball. If they're on offense.
Of course, the senior quarterback for Bedford is Parker Boschman. Trouble, dance, and escape. There's a flag on the play. Laundry in the backfield. At about the 13-yard line, let's see. This may be the second Bulldog penalty of the drive. They had a false start a moment ago. Nearly 3 minutes in here, second quarter.
Yep.
And they're going to back it up. Another false start. We see that a lot this time of year as well, right, Steve? The cadence issues that may crop up in August.
Anything to do with timing and being in sync. Those are the things that are going to take a little time. Defense is much. You should be able to get your defense up to par. Ooh, nice run,
touchdown.
Nice run, boy. You look solid.
There's a nice hole there on the left side for the running back, Cody Byer. And the junior takes it to the house. By the way, the penalty was declined. Snap came from the 13-yard line, so it's a 13-yard touchdown to bring Bedford within a point at 7-6.
Good up-front blocking there. Good eye for the hole.
And he hit the hole at full speed.
But timing's a big factor, Nick, for sure. When you're in those situations early on in the scrimmages and such, and you just want to come out the first game of the year and minimize them. You're going to have them. And once you get into your third, fourth football game, you want that stuff gone.
Got a sophomore kicker. Up and good off the right foot of Calvin Foxon to tie the game at 7.
Yep.
Well, Coach enjoys that. Coach Babane about to make his debut official next week when Bedford opens up the regular season. Of course, he was at Pelham for nearly a quarter century.
Wow, long time.
Won 4 straight Division II championships with the Python. He's got championship DNA in his veins.
And, of course, with Pinkerton last year on the sidelines. And then this job opened up and put together a pretty good resume there, as you said, Nick, down in Pelham. You'd be on the short list of any program for sure.
All right, Steve, I've got my eye on perhaps our final guest of the night.
Who is that?
It's the host of the event, Coach Ryan Ray of Manchester Central. He's spotted, and I'm going to see if the 6'7" head coach wants to join us. So hold down the broadcast for just a moment, if you will.
Black Bear.
Yes.
All right. Oh, nice run. Nice turn upfield. Bedford caught him up, but I think Salem will gladly take that out to like the 37, 38-yard line. Looks like the 37. Nice return. Good blocking up front. That'd be great if we could get the host. He's not an easy guest to get on. We had to work hard for him last year. But I think Nick was able to persuade him. How are we making out, Nick?
He'll be on his way.
All right.
So Coach Ray scheduled to be our final interview of the night. Central a winner earlier tonight, 16-6 over Manchester West. Salem, meanwhile, on a stretch run looking for the corner, and a good tackle inbounds comes in front of the Bulldogs sideline. After crossing the 40-yard line, it is a positive play for Salem, a gain of, well, they're going to give him 6 in the end.
Yep.
To set up 2nd down and 4.
Be interesting to see what Coach Ray says. I'm sure he'll have some constructive criticism, but I would find it hard to say that he wouldn't be pretty pleased with some of the breakout plays that he had. They're going to me, they're obviously you want to be solid in all the fundamentals, but they're going to have some breakout. They got some breakout players that can score quickly, and he'll use those to his advantage.
Able to throw.
Nice
Salkovich makes a man miss. 1st down and then some. Still on his feet down the sideline into Bedford territory. Bumped out of bounds after crossing the 40. They'll mark him at the 37.
Yeah, it's a determined run right there.
Gain of 27, which is the longest play of the game so far. All right, let's get Coach Ray settled in. How are you?
How you doing, Coach? Is that for me? Yes,
that's for you.
Captain. Whoops. I didn't mean to slam. No, all good. Good to see you. Great to be seen.
First of all, Coach,
good things about the boys tonight.
Congratulations on the victory, Coach. You got to be pleased. I'm sure there's some things that you spotted that you'd like to improve upon, but a win is a win, right out of the gate.
Yes and no. Obviously it's just it's just a scrimmage. I mean, it's awesome that we got a chance to compete against West because we don't get to see them in the regular season. And they got a great program. Coach Provencher and his entire staff just do a great job. But I mean, that's like a mirror image of us. You know, they're hard-nosed kids. They're going to battle. They're going to just be monsters out there on the field. So West did a great job. So, I mean, I wouldn't say we won. The scoreboard, you know, we won the scoreboard battle of a half.
Right.
You know, but they certainly were able to push us around and do some things that they wanted to do. And, you know, likewise, we had some success. So it was definitely a good scrimmage. It was definitely good that, you know, we're going to get some stuff on film. And now when I yell at our guys watching the film, you know, they can't tell me they did something when we can show them right there that no, you didn't. So, you know, and I think we got out of there healthy, which is great because we don't have a lot of depth. We definitely love our team. You know, we love the kids on our team, no doubt about it. They'll run through a glass wall for you. But yeah, we got a long way to go. It was definitely a great practice, great little scrimmage, but we got a long way to go.
How big of a ceiling does your quarterback have?
His ceiling is unlimited. Drake James, in my opinion, I'll tell you right now, and I don't want to insult any of the great quarterbacks that we've had here at Central. I've been the head coach now 21 years. He's the best quarterback we've had.
Wow.
Yeah, he's the best quarterback. So, you know, that's not probably fair for me to put that on his shoulders, but if Drake James plays great, we're gonna have a chance to win every game. And so that's not fair. You know, I shouldn't even be saying that because obviously it's 11 guys, but there's not a lot of Division I games we're going to be able to win if he doesn't play well. You know, we got a very good supporting cast. We got wide receivers that can make plays all day long. We got Romello Diaz. We got Trevor Gray. We got Cole Preston, who had a bomb today.
Right.
We got guys all over the field. We got running backs that can do some great things. We got Noah Kamola. We got so many guys. Liam Patton, the big O line, but. We play in Division I against Pinkerton and Londonderry and Salem and Windham and Concord and Alvern for that matter. So we're not going to win a lot of games unless Drake James is out there being the dude that he can be. And he did a great job for us tonight, and we are very lucky to have him. And he's only a junior, so when you ask about the ceiling, I think the sky's the limit for him.
What makes him so special?
Man, that kid is addicted to football. I'll tell you right now, there's no way many teams have a kid like him just because he's just so addicted to football. It's obnoxious how addicted to football he is.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah. They're like, I mean, I don't see anyone. And we've got some kids that are in his neighborhood, but nah, man. He works with a quarterback coach, Trevor Knight, the famed UNH quarterback, the famed South quarterback. He works relentlessly with Trevor. I think Trevor probably gets sick of him sometimes because he just won't leave Trevor alone. But every day he's texting either myself or our pass game coordinator, Mike Hugel. Coach, what can I do better here? Okay, Coach, can you watch this clip and, see what I did? I was thinking this and thinking that and blah, 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 blah. So he's addicted to football. So, and his work ethic is, I'm sure there's other people that work as hard as he does, but nobody works harder.
Right.
So you put him along with people like our junior right guard, Matt Plant, and we got a great young nucleus. But again, if Drake's not playing good, we're not going to have an opportunity to beat the Pinkertons or even be competitive. You know what I mean? Because it's too high of a level of competition.
Now, it seemed like last year your group did take a step forward.
Yep,
correct
absolutely.
me if I'm wrong, but 3 wins and a couple of those losses were very competitive. It seemed like for the first time in years, you guys really had a fighting chance week in and week out.
Yep. Well, I'm going to count it as 4 wins because we got to play Dover in that last game. Those games that don't really count, but they do count in the record.
Week 10, right?
So yeah, the Week 10 game. So we beat Dover. So I'm going to give us 4 for that one. We had a real nice senior class last year, but really our bread was buttered with the sophomores last year. And again, I can name 12 sophomores that just played enormous roles for us last year, and they played well.
Right.
They played well. You wouldn't be able to tell it by the bad losses against, a Wyndham and a bad loss certainly against the eventual state runner-up in Pinkerton. But, we had, if I'm not mistaken, we had Salem 14-7 deep in the fourth quarter last year, Week 9, with a whole bunch of sophomores playing. And, those sophomores, we've already mentioned a bunch of them, but, we got we've got a monster in Javian Beckles. He might be one of the best two-way offensive defensive linemen in the state, and he was a sophomore last year. He's a junior now. We got another kid, Xavier, Rodriguez. He was a sophomore last year starting. Orcada. We got just so many kids that got so much playing time as sophomores.
Right.
So again, nobody's making praise. Giving you a parade or giving you a trophy for winning 4 games. But when you win 4 games in Division I and you're doing it with a ton of sophomores, that was it was a lot of fun last year. It really was. So we hope to be able to take the next step this year.
I've known you for a long time, Ryan. I can smell energy and sense energy when I see it, and you're pretty amped up. And you can deny it all you want, but what I saw out there was a team that your coaching style with your offensive line you're talking about, they're a team that you can teach a lot, and that's the way it looks out there to me. You correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know if you're right or wrong. I am amped up. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and that's I meant that as a compliment and positive.
No, for sure. I love this team. There's no doubt about it. I tell these guys that all the time. Unfortunately, a lot of time there's a lot of negativity.
They're high school kids.
They are. They're high school kids, and they believe what they read. They believe what they hear from, knucklehead people that's opinions don't matter.
Right.
But
keep this guy on. We need an extra color guy.
Well, listen, man, I'll just tell you what. It's like, don't give me a microphone and tell me I can talk about whatever I want because I will rip some people there.
Right.
There's just too much negativity in the world. And,
right. Amen to that.
And I'm not afraid to be a negative person, but I'm a very negative person.
Right.
With a means to an end. Like, listen, man, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear, but
right.
I swear to God on my mother's life,
right.
I believe that to be true.
Right.
Now, I could be wrong,
yeah.
but I believe it to be true. I'm not going to tell you something. If a kid comes up and says, Coach, am I good? If you're not good, man, I'm going to say, no, you're not.
Yeah.
So, you are sensing the energy because our kids do work hard.
Right.
Our kids work incredibly hard. And, again, we had a great comp.
What was the off season like as far as strength and conditioning? Because that's such a big factor as well. How did that go?
It is. It was a roller coaster.
Yeah.
At times we had great stretches.
Filled up.
At times it was just too many other things on the kids' plates.
Yeah.
And they're kids, so you want them to go out there and have all the other opportunities. But to be successful, again, I just keep saying where we're playing, and it's a good curse because I don't want to move out of where we're playing. I want to see the Brian O'Reillys. I want to see the Jimmy Lozons. Jimmy Lozon's one of my best friends in the world, not just football.
Right.
But I love trying to get like one play better than him. You know, I love to be able to try to stop them from scoring every single drive. You know, it's a challenge.
What I saw tonight, though, was you've got some explosive players.
Yep.
And if you're going to face the Pinkertons, the Bedfords, and you're going to face a Jimmy Lozon, you've got to have, no matter how good you are with the A- to B+ players, you got to have guys that can match up on explosive in the big games. And you've got those guys tonight. I saw 3 of them tonight. And that you've got to have that to be able to go and play toe-to-toe with those type teams because they're going to have them on their side, right?
Yes, no doubt about it. However, those teams have the gorillas. They have the monsters. They have the big old sumo wrestlers.
Well, let's talk about that. I saw an offensive line tonight that had the form and the explosiveness coming off the ball with a sort of synchrony that you're looking for to get into to get the guards coming out, hitting their blocks. What I saw tonight was an offensive line that had energy themselves, and they were coming out with force, and they didn't take breaks. Ryan, I didn't see any breaks taken out there.
No, they didn't take
any. And you know what I'm talking about. Players offensive linemen take breaks, and they didn't do it.
Yeah, I don't think our offensive line is going to take breaks. I already mentioned him, Javian Beckles. He's like a big old loudmouth in a great way.
Yeah.
And he's even expressed that he's like, Coach, if I'm not bringing the energy, nobody else is. And I'm like, yeah.
Right.
So then you can't stop it.
Then lead.
Then you just can't stop. You know, you got to know what you are. You know, like I know who I am. You know,
you were one, and you played at the Maine University of Maine level. As an offensive lineman, you've got to get off the ball. You got to use that. They're using their cadence. It looks like quarterback's doing a nice job running the cadence on the line for what I'm seeing, because that's all the things I look for, because that's where, like with Steve, same thing with Steve Abraham, his big thing is his line has got to be the front man on the offense because they stabilize it.
Yep.
Your thoughts on that?
No, absolutely. So, again, we are very lucky. So, right now, we've got a sophomore tight end.
I was just going to ask you, go through the age groups. Yeah.
Our sophomore tight end might be as good down the road as anyone I've had also at the tight end
Really?
level. Oh, yeah. His name's Darius.
What are the specs on him?
Dude, he's like, he's like 6'3", 240 right now.
Wow.
As a sophomore, and he's just a puppy. But I asked him the other day, I said, man, Darius, I go, how big's your dad? He's like 6'8", 6'9".
He's got more to go.
I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I got good news and bad news for you, buddy. I go, if you get to 6'8" or 6'9", you're not a tight end anymore. They're going to make you a left tackle. I go, and that's bad news for you, but that's good news for you when you're making like $30 million in the NFL and playing college football
Absolutely.
for free.
Before I go, Ryan, talk to me about the feeder programs feeding Central High School right now. How they looking? How's the growth? How's that going? Is it?
It's definitely something that we got some great youth coaches in the area. The Manchester Bears do an amazing job.
They do.
The East Cobras, I mean, they're doing a wonderful job. There's no doubt about it. Coach Andy and all those guys over there. The feeder program is definitely awesome. But again, it goes in cycles. It goes ups and downs.
If the high school is full of energy and the program's got energy, does that help feed the underclassmen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Going into the youth programs?
Absolutely. Let's give a ton of credit to Memorial High School with Rob Sturgis and Jordan
got
over
that
there.
Right.
I mean, they've just done an amazing job.
Yeah.
And, every time you turn around, there's like 60 freshmen that are at least interested. In learning more about Memorial High School. So, I mean, if the high school team's doing well, then that's good for the whole high school. And if the whole high school's doing well, the feeder programs get a whole lot more
I'm going to give this
excited.
back to Nick. Before I do, I will say that New Hampshire football is not going to be the same unless the 3 Manchester teams are playing good football, because it's important that the tradition and the past still factor in today. And what I see between what's going on with Robert Memorial, what your teams did last year and what they're looking at like this year, and then, of course, what Coach Prevention has been able to do at West, I think it's fair to say that trajectory is changing, and that's critically important to the overall football program, Division I and II, for those 3 city teams to be strong. It's so important. I think.
Wow, that was an amazing play from Salem.
Yeah.
Salem quarterback rolling out to his left, dropping a laser in for a touchdown.
Ryan, thanks for what you do. Thanks for what you do for this. We've had multiple coaches tonight say just that to Nick multiple times, that how important this tournament is and how people look forward to it. And it's a great way for the overall football community to come back and see each other here in the stands. I don't know if you looked up here at prime time, those prime hour and a half there. This place was pretty full.
Yeah,
and it was a great crowd tonight. So congratulations on a good tournament.
I appreciate that. I mean, let's be honest. I stumbled into this thing very, very lucky. I took over for the legendary Jim Schubert back in 2000 after his 2005 season. And, he laid all the foundation for what we look at right now. And while things have changed a lot, this Jamboree, the Bo Dixon Queen City Jamboree, the Bo Dixon Memorial Queen City Jamboree, it's just a staple of the football community in New Hampshire. There's no doubt about it. I couldn't imagine not doing it. 10, 12 years ago, we started back up the freshman one. We do it on the Thursday nights. While it's not quite, the crowd, the energy is just, infectious. So I appreciate everything you guys do. I'll let you guys go. But, this is a great night, especially when there's no thunderstorms like last year. We stayed here until almost midnight.
Right.
But it's great. It's great to see the teams out here.
Last year, I don't know if he's still the gentleman. What a great staff you got here taking care of stuff here. Very good. Keeping the light on over there. And we really appreciate we get
Parks and Rec here in Manchester, man. I don't think they like me very much, but because I'm always like setting an alarm off or coming in here at like 2 a.m. to change laundry or something. But I'll tell you right now, the Parks and Recs. Yeah, no, that's all right. The Parks and Rec guys, man, they run Gill Stadium fantastically, and we're very lucky that they let us call this home. Very lucky. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go, but
we're lucky
thank you very, very much,
Thank
guys.
you,
I
Coach.
appreciate you taking some time to talk to me.
Thank you, and best of luck moving forward. That again, Ryan Ray, 21 years now on the job, head coach of Manchester Central. Got the Little Green off to a good start tonight in that 2-quarter exhibition victory over Manchester West. Meanwhile, Salem. Salem just got a big pass play while we were talking to Coach Ray. 40-yard touchdown. They've got a 14-7 lead here. Going to try and bring this one over the finish line. 2:24 to go. As Bedford trying to gear up for a potential game-tying or game-winning drive. Going to have to go 80 yards, though. Coach Ray. And a lot of folks don't know.
The equipment around here, Nick, I want to play for Central High School. That guy's got me so – I'm totally serious. He's like – you can feel the energy.
Yep.
There's a positivity that's going around here. I hope what I think will happen with Central will happen because they got some players and the good players in the right spots.
It's infectious. And it starts at the top and it trickles down. And Coach Ray, he went through a lot of seasons that were tough.
Yeah.
And stuck it out, and continues to bring that same drive, passion, and energy day in and day out.
What you saw tonight is what my boys saw when they went to Schubert football camp as little boys and saw that kind of infectious energy that he had. He'd go around and take a key, and if you're 9 years old, he'd tear you a new one and then build you up, and you'd walk out of there feeling like you were Superman. Right. And that's what he did. He's got a nice platform. He's developing a program, and you can see he feels it. He's got a lot of positive energy going into the season, and I think,
and he's got some pieces.
And he's got some pieces
to work with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the future seems bright. That's a strong junior class. He mentioned the sophomore tight end, and of course, Drake James under center, one of the more prolific quarterbacks statewide. We got a flag here on a second down play for Bedford. That'll stop the clock with inside of 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, pretty solid game here as far as parity's concerned. Yeah. A lot of stuff that's been going around here in the middle. There's been approaches in the end zone. Obviously, got a 14-3 touchdowns, but there's been a lot of stuff in the middle field, a lot of scrap and a lot of fight, and both these teams are strong up front. And I think Roger hit the nail on the head tonight. I hate to give him all these accolades, but I'm kidding. I love to. Roger Brown from the New Hampshire Football Report, folks. Check in on his material. He's way ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Does great stuff. But Roger said tonight that he feels as though he doesn't see a lot of distance between the top two teams, and then you got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. He doesn't see a lot of distance. It isn't like they have to do a quantum leap in the season to reach that. Winner-Kennett could be a spoiler. I mean, you heard him tonight. You got other teams that in the mix as well that could be spoilers. So I think Division I's going to be a fun ride this year, as was Division II last year.
Yeah, we were talking off air. This is the first time in quite a few seasons that it's really wide open in Division I.
It is. It is.
Big pass play here. The champs fighting the clock. They'll get a fresh set of downs, though, across the 40 and up to the Bulldog 44-yard line. Fighting a two-front war, though. Down to 90 seconds and counting for Coach Babane. Going to speed up the tempo a little bit here.
Yep.
Just a three-man front for Salem. Plenty of time. Hit on the throw, and this one incomplete over the middle.
Yep. Well, you always love it when you start to see the little guys throwing the football, Nick, down in the front here.
Yeah, they
having a nice little run here.
They typically hide behind the far side.
Coach Ray's barking at them all right now. You know, say, hey, you can't throw better than that.
Well, that's what I was about to bring up earlier. Coach Ray not only has a football program and a game to coach,
yeah,
but he's also got this entire event to run.
To run it, yeah.
Now, he leaned on his staff a little bit during the interview. He mentioned the public works guys, but this has been basically his domain over the last, I don't know how many years, 21 years. And a lot of work goes unheralded along with that.
No question.
He's a busy guy, and we appreciate him carving out some time at the end of the night to speak with us.
So we at Friday Night Lights will be, you and Ben and I will be talking about what comes up first game of the season.
Yes,
it's not going to be an easy decision
not
because there's a lot of good quality, a lot of quality games.
Some gems in week one off the bat.
And this will be helpful to me. I don't know about you, to see who we've seen here at the Jamboree and kind of assess that. And we certainly try to go to as many venues as we can, but at the same
blitz.
Whoa.
Cannavale is intercepted.
I don't see anybody there. 14's the last one.
Foot race along the far sideline. A cutback at the 30. Still alive at the 25. Rambling at the 20 and down to the 15. Big time play for Salem.
He's inside the 15. You're right, Nick. I thought he was inside the 10, but he's not.
That's Kyle Bonarigo.
Yep.
Just a junior.
Yep.
By the way, well-timed blitz on that play. May have sped up the throw and throws it up for grabs. Salem now looking to salt this one away. Inside of a minute, they've got a 14-7 lead and the football at the Bedford 15-yard line.
15, right? Yep. 1st and 10.
By the way, Steve, we covered a lot of ground tonight with our interviews.
Yes.
I mean, how many did we have?
Well, I think some of it's a location. This is
right.
a very comfortable place. Normally we're down over there in the right. We're kind of tucked in a bunch of seats and stuff like that.
Right.
Tonight we kind of took an open area here, and I got to say, it's worked out fabulous. It was kind of like a little venue here that people can still move behind us, but we got room, and your eagle eye has been spotting people and threatening them to come up here, and they have, or challenging them to come up here anyway. Trish, I thought, was going to – I wasn't sure if he was coming. I've never known Trish not to put on a set of mics if you ask him. But tonight he was he was talking to, man amongst the crowd, and we finally harnessed him, and I really enjoyed the interview with Roger. I always look to that to try to find out where's he got, because one of the things that Roger does, he balances the East and the West. He really knows both ends, and it's very important that you kind of look at the powerhouse teams, the Exeters, the Winnicunnets, and the teams over there that are pretty steadily a factor and can be spoilers. And
he kind of gives us that eagle eye view.
Gives the whole
of
view,
the entire landscape.
Yep. And looks at the matchups and tries to say, hey, look, this team's doing well, but this I got to give. Even BG, you saw him. I wouldn't call it backtracking, but he says, look, this is why I chose BG, but I'm not in any way suggesting that I've got it figured out right now, but they're certainly in the running. You could see why with a quarterback tonight.
BG, one of 5 winners tonight.
Yep.
Alvern, Pinkerton, Central, and now Salem in the winner's circle as well, following a 14-7 victory over Bedford. All right. That brings our broadcast to a close. Reminder, next Friday night, it's for real. As Week 1 kicks off statewide, our location yet to be determined. You want to find out first? Like and subscribe. Friday Night Lights New Hampshire is on YouTube at FNL-NH Media.
Great to be with you tonight, Nick.
It was good to be back in the saddle with you as well. I want to thank the sponsors, of course, our presenting sponsor, Beals Insurance, along with MG Sports Fundraising, TK QB Academy, and Jewett Construction. We appreciate the ongoing support. We want to thank our guests as well and the hardworking folks behind the scenes here at Friday Night Lights New Hampshire, including Kristen and Matt Beals, our dual videographers. And, of course, the whole thing orchestrated once again flawlessly by the man behind the curtain, the wizard of replay, our director, Ben Beals, back in the Beals Insurance Studios. For executive producer Steve Beals, my name is Nick Anastas saying so long from the 2026 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance.